Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fable Table, an actual play live stream focused on critical world building, collaborative storytelling, and finding the fun in games. Today, we are continuing our game of Blades in the Dark, and it is episode 9 of Grim Streets of Alderstone. We're without Millman right now, who I think is with his significant other and has not been responding to our attempts to contact him. Hopefully he's okay. I'm sure he is, but we'll just keep moving forward without him. How is everyone else doing today?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Well,
Good.
It's the weekend.
It is.
Very excited about it.
Yeah, we have a contractor coming over the weekend to replace our flooring. It's like our last major, one of our last major renovation projects, which is nuts because it took us like 15 months to redo our bathroom, which is like 95% there, and we're now using as a bathroom. It's insane.
9 months. Don't worry. It takes a while. It takes way
Yeah.
longer than you ever think.
Yeah.
Just one more thing. Just one more thing. And this one thing.
Just one more thing. Yeah. I was telling John and I were talking about Dungeon World and the Forged in the Dark systems and how they have partial successes and how he hates it. And I was like, John, have you ever done like a renovation project? Literally everything you do is a partial success. You complete one step, but you discover that you have 3 more things to do.
You're like, oh, this is wrong now because I fucked it up because I'm a DIYer and
you're constantly taking stress and trauma.
Let's just move on from that. Yeah.
Okay.
from the renovation. That's great.
Sorry. I know talking about renovations is triggering for you, Eric.
No, it's not triggering. I'm happy to discuss it and be cathartic here because I still have all the drywall up in the basement. So
good.
My drywaller told me that in no words, tell me that you're good at drywalling, Eric. That Eric, you're good at drywalling without telling you you're good at drywalling. So he did the first pass of mudding. I was going to do the rest. And he's making me feel very confident about my skills and abilities and how much sanding I'm going to have to be doing. But that's okay. I'm not going to fault him for it. He warned me. I don't like doing drywall. And I don't like doing drywall because nobody does.
It's not my least favorite, but I also have been getting a little more confident in it.
Yeah, he spent 8 hours getting the first mudding and a bunch of the stuff up, and once it's all up, it's okay, good. I can do the next passes because you want to take at least 5 passes at it. So because drywalling is the art of making a wall look flat when it's definitely not.
It's never actually flat. Don't look at your walls too closely. Anyway,
don't shine a light at a 45-degree angle on your wall. Don't do it.
Yes, exactly.
So in those horror movies where there's a guy standing creepily in a corner staring at the wall, that's what he's doing. He's checking to see how flat it actually is.
Yes,
that's right.
I see.
Judging
trauma.
And learning that your walls aren't flat is the most terrifying part.
There's no 90s. There's no 90-degree angles. So when you brought it together and you're like, oh, let me put this strip down. Oh, okay, it's not. And let me put the. I cut these 2 45s on my trim and it's now not working. Yeah.
Yes.
Get an angle finder for corners for trim. Oh my god, it'll save you because nothing's a 90.
Fortunately, we're not playing a renovation tabletop role-playing game. We're playing a game where one of you has just been kidnapped?
Broke himself into jail.
Yeah, I think that's a closer and more accurate description. More like, hey, dude, you want to come into this back room with us? And a faint, sure.
We're going to take you to the champagne room.
I think.
One of those.
All right.
But sure.
The VIP room.
Yeah.
Well, here, let me set the scene for Severian a little bit. I'll just move up this cam so we don't see the little blips. So Severian, you last time went to the Vale, the kind of drug den and vice lounge that you've been going to for a long time. At first, just take the edge off of your stressful job, both at first as an inspector for the Church of Rust, and then everything else since. Quitting the church, quitting working for the city, and becoming a weird occult mercenary-ish type adventurer, which is also very stressful. And then it became really, really weird when you learned that, the people that this den is really a front for another occult gang called the Veilers, who apparently want to like tear down the sky, and are responsible for all these weird red stars that have been appearing in the sky over the last few months since the blood mist has lifted. And you know, there's now about 30 some in the sky, and it hasn't really increased in a couple weeks, at least not too much. But you're going there to get your drug on. So what is it like? What has it been like over the last few months to like kind of go flip back and forth between like going there to learn more about what the fuck is going on, and kind of have like a little bit of a tense, you know, approach to going to the Veil, and now this time where you're like actually going just to chill?
Yeah, so I think like initially when he first started going, it was like, you know, he'd come up to the purveyor or whatever, rent like a private room or you know, like a bunker or something, and then get his fix, get really high, and then just kind of zone out and trip like by himself, you know, have like horrible, weird existential dreams or whatever. But then lately, since investigating the Veilers, he's been socializing more and more. So I'm thinking that maybe instead of it just being strictly like an isolated vice, it's become a little bit more social, where maybe he's taking it socially with a couple of people, or maybe he's doing it in the common room or something. And I think that's maybe where they that's how they had their in, to just be like, oh well, if he's gonna do it right here and he's clearly this impressionable from the trance powder, let's just drag him back there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it went from being completely isolated to being more social.
Okay, good.
And I think it was out of maybe, you know, maybe he told himself, all right, I'm just going there to do my investigation. Mm-hmm. And then of course his vice purveyor was like, hey, Severian, nice to see you. You wanna fix?
Yeah.
And well, it's his vice, so he can't really turn it down.
Yeah. And you've been like kind of investigating the Veilers over a long period of time, and you've been very careful, not drawing, you know, much, if any, suspicion to yourself. But you know, things are different this time, and it's you know, kind of out of your hands. I think you've been very used to and comfortable like letting yourself overdo it a little bit, and just kind of like passing out for long periods of time. And you know, it's a vice den, so they don't necessarily kick you out or anything, but they, you know, will let you kind of hang out in your rented room and just charge you extra for the whole night. And like that happens like any other night you've come here. But what changes, what is different, is when you wake up, you realize that you are bound. And I think you're kind of shaken out of your sleeping state a little early, and you're still feeling the effects of the drugs, because you find yourself tied up, and you are being like someone is trying to put more drugs in your body, so to speak. How have you ingested the drug thus far?
Probably like inhaling it or snorting it or something.
Yeah,
it's trance powder, right?
Yeah.
But
maybe they have like a tincture of it rather than just the powder. Maybe they have a I don't know, more concentrated dose or something.
They dust the powder onto a rag and just hold it in front of your face until you breathe.
Yeah. So I think
like ether or something like that.
Yeah. So I think you wake up coughing and struggling as you quickly, in a stupid state, realize that you're bound, and someone has like a wet cloth or a slightly damp rag over your mouth, and you begin to struggle and fight, but quickly succumb to your stupor once again. And at this point, like your entire stress has been cleared, and your vice has been satisfied for what is still a downtime from our last mission, which was 2 episodes ago. But this has been great. But your character is going to proceed forward like incapacitated. and in that need help harm state. So you can temporarily, at least for this mission, take the level 3 harm stupid, or drugged.
Not the first time I've had this condition.
Yeah, fair. So let's cut over to the rest of the gang here. Let me change up the music. Let me find our usual music for the group. Do we have a usual music for the group? I don't actually know.
Spooky Spirit Skeletons.
I feel like we do, but I don't know the name of the track.
Here, Artist Garrett. I'll use that. It's raining. We'll say, even though it's summer. So the rest of you have been, cleaning up after taking out some of the inspectors of the Church of Rust that you knocked out, or you killed most of them and saved one of them, right? And then the dockers came to help you clean up, and they've taken some of the bodies. Quint, you arrive back after seeing off Quellen was her name, I believe.
Yes.
Out of the city, you saw that there was a big fire on a building far away. Later, you will learn that was the Grey Cloaks, some former Rust brothers that were framed for arson. And they apparently learned what was going on behind the scenes and were poised to interfere with and draw out into the light of day the gang that was responsible for that. But they have been killed in their attempts to resolve that. I don't know if you'll ever learn that, but just fun things happening behind the scene when I'm rolling dice for faction projects. So I think it's Severian who had the Gray Cloak contact. Or
yes.
was it? Yeah, they're gone. You can scratch them out or put a note that they're deceased. Wow, your contacts are just dropping like flies, Severian.
Took them both out, apparently.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody
and Hutch are now both dead.
Yeah.
No one should be friends with us.
Yeah. So things probably for the rest of you seem pretty normal. Severian's off on his bender. A day goes by, he's gone, that's to be expected. And then another day, which is, okay, sometimes he's gone and doing other stuff. But then on the third day, it's starting to seem really weird. And
we have that ability where we can communicate with each other, but he's bound. So
yeah, exactly. You
passed
can like
out.
speak through each other's lips, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
He's mostly passed out, right? Like,
Yeah. I think if you are making attempts to contact him through this, he might be mumbling in his stupor, in the Veiler's clutches.
Right. Well, I don't think he can initiate to call back.
No, that's the problem here. Yeah.
So we call out to him. I think Quint will probably do this, and he'll just kind of say, "Hey, it's a Baron. It's been a few. Is everything good?" And on the other side, we see Severian speaking with Quint's voice, saying the exact same thing.
Probably to his handlers or to the people that have him bound and drugged, ready to plunge the dagger in his chest or whatever it is.
No.
Because it's
not
vocal,
quite.
right?
It is vocal, yes. I want to start with, and we'll cut to Severian and see the impacts of all of this, but I'm curious, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, because obviously we as players have the dramatic irony of knowing where Severian is, but
Right.
what does the group do to try and locate Severian? And at this point, I think you all could rope in our new character, Alden the Cutter, who is some of our muscle. At a time where we feel it's appropriate to rope that character in, we can absolutely do that. I do want to give Eric a chance to role play here.
yeah. I would imagine that Alden is one of the unsung heroes of the Garros News Network, and he is stepping forward as one of the primary contacts, and being brought into the inner circle.
Would you have recruited someone who's like a bodyguard? Because I think that's what Eric had. We were talking about the character before we went live with the show.
Additionally, one of the things he may know is like where Severian is, and if he knows where Severian is, it's like, well, that's like perfect. And I don't know the inn that he has for us, but like if he's a bodyguard or watching out for people.
Okay, why don't you introduce your character?
Yeah, right. There could be many avenues. I don't know what you have in mind, Eric. Please take it away and don't let me.
Yeah. So Alden was, in his heyday, like a big bruiser, a bodyguard, and just like a general fixer or something. When somebody needed intimidation, or they needed a couple of kneecaps broken or something like that, they'd recruit Alden, and he'd come in with his big pickaxe named the Branch, and he'd just start wrecking shit. But then, he made quite a bit of money doing that. He retired. He semi-settled down with a woman, had a kid. They broke up or whatever, but he still took care of the kid from time to time. And then his son, named Amaro, kind of got himself involved with one of the gangs. Maybe the Dockers, maybe not, maybe nobody big, but he got in a lot of trouble and he needed some help. And unfortunately, Alden ran out of his retirement fund trying to assist his kid, so he had to come crawling back out of good life and start doing jobs again. So he's I don't know, in his 50s maybe, or early 50s. He's out of shape, but he was once clearly a pretty buff guy. So now he's like pretty short and stocky. Like he has the body of a lifelong laborer who's drinking plenty of cases of PBR, basically. So yeah, I think the GNN assignment would be a perfect job for him, like post-retirement, like one of the first couple of gigs. Maybe like all these, like the rest of the crew is like younger kids and stuff, and here's this old guy who claimed to be somebody. Well, yeah, whatever. Who cares what he thinks he is? Let's just make him do some observation or something like that. So I mean that might fit in perfectly.
Yeah, he had to go and seek out the people that needed their kneecaps busted a lot, so he's real familiar with the alleys and the ways of the city and whatnot. So he'd be a perfect fit for the Garros News Network.
He
does have a point in survey, so I mean he's used to kind of keeping an eye on something before trouble breaks out.
Yeah. Both your backstory as well as what you're describing, like all of it is reminding me of that character from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, Mike Ehrmantraut. Yeah.
Yes.
Best character in the whole.
Definitely a little bit of influence.
Yeah, he is the best character in that show.
Oh, for sure.
Nice. Okay, I like it. Cool. So, how do you think that Alden would kind of help out, or where would he be looking for information? What are his usual ways of gathering info for the crew?
Well, maybe leaning into the Ehrmantraut route. The Vale's a bar, right? It's not just like some weird like tobacco or drug den.
I think it is a vice den. Like it is mostly like there is definitely a bar and booths in it that you can go sit around and get some privacy. A lot of the booths are just like pull a curtain in front of your table. So you have some privacy to do whatever you want, but there are also private rooms. Absolutely.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it is also like a den, think, I don't know what comes to my mind is in like Altered Carbon, where the main character goes to like the prostitution den and there's just like all the private rooms that people use. So like if you want to do the hard stuff like Severian does, there's definitely those rooms for that.
The rooms you rent by the hour or whatever.
The like the karaoke rooms.
Yeah.
That's by the minute.
Yeah, by the minute. All right. Well, maybe in that case, like I picture him as somebody like the quiet old guy kind of sitting at a bar drinking his sorrows away, but really he's nursing a drink. He's not really actually getting drunk, but he's overplaying it a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if the Vale is the right place for it. So maybe there's a place right across the street that has a good look at the entrance to the Vale, so we can see people go in and out.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Vale's pretty quiet, pretty private, so you wouldn't be able to see a whole lot going on in there.
Yeah, all the windows have like drapes and stuff over them. Yeah, heavy drapes.
Otherwise,
Those style drapes that are velour with stars on them.
he does.
You don't get to hear what's in here or see what's in here.
Yeah, exactly.
I do have contacts. Wait a minute. Is with the dangerous friends, the up arrow is a friend, the down arrow is an enemy, or is it the other way?
Up arrow is a very close friend, and down arrow is a rival.
So I've got a rival is an extortionist named Grace, and the close friend is Sawtooth, a physiker, which that's like a doctor or something, right?
Yeah, it is.
So maybe I don't know. Maybe he puts the word in with Sawtooth, and he contacts his physiker friends that happen to be in Brightstone. Was it where the Vale is, or is it in White Crown?
Let's take a look. I'm gonna try and pull up the Roll20, the whole Roll20 here. Okay, I think the cams just got borked, but that's okay. I'll fix that as we go. So I put this little symbol over here. The little
market.
Vale, the Vale symbol. It is in Silk Shore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Silk Shore is just in general, I think, notorious for being kind of a more vice focused area. Let me see my description for it. The Red Lamp District and artist community. So there's also a lot of art there.
Okay, so I think I think Alden is kind of acting as like like an older security guard at Sawtooth's clinic, which is located, down the street from the Vale.
Okay.
And maybe these people get really messed up on something and they get in a fight or whatever happens. They come into Sawtooth. He's got them doped up, and while he's working on them, maybe Alden comes up and asks him a couple of questions.
Sure.
While they're, sort of traumatized or in pain or whatever.
Yeah.
They're not really thinking about who's asking or what's being asked.
Yeah. And I think Sawtooth is do you think he's older or younger than Alden? What are you picturing in your head?
I'm picturing maybe a little bit younger, around the same age.
Yeah. Kind of like, the modern day like med doctor who's just like overworked in like a clinic in a really shoddy part of town.
He's got to pay for like his 5th divorce or something,
Yeah, exactly. He's helping out people with like he's helping out sex workers. He's helping out people who are ODing. He's helping out.
He's like the guy from Deadwood, like that old doctor guy with yeah,
exactly. So he's like treating patients while you're like talking to him, and he's just like, yeah, come on in, and he doesn't give a shit. There is no doctor patient privacy in this area. I'll
be like holding them down while they're getting their leg amputated or something.
Oh fuck. Well, I don't know if he's helping people like with those
maybe
types
not.
of maybe not.
Right,
we're here right now, but
yeah, not right now, but that's definitely happened.
Yes,
he's come up to talk to Sawtooth, and Sawtooth's like, "Hey, while you're doing that, hold this guy down. I gotta chop off his leg."
Yeah, for sure.
Very informal.
For sure. Let me see if I can fix whatever's going on with the cams. Damn it. Okay, we'll just do this. So yeah, you're like asking him like, hey, have you seen this like Severian guy? Here's a description. He likes to he frequents the Vale. Did he OD and stop by? And at this point is when I'm gonna need your consort roll to consort with connections from your heritage backgrounds, friends, or rivals to gain access to resources, information, people, or places.
Sure.
Big money.
So controlled. I guess it's like a fortune.
Yeah, it's just a fortune roll basically.
Standard. Any bonus dice or anything?
Yeah, you get +1 since this is a contact.
Okay, perfect.
That's a 6.
Boom.
That's a 6.
Very nice. So you get high detailed information. So yeah, I have treated Severian before. He didn't come in the last few days in the time you're describing. But I can ask some other people, I help some of the people that Severian does drugs with. He's been very social lately. So yeah, he can put word out, but he reports not having treated Severian. And his contacts do come back and say, Severian was in the Vale a couple nights ago. He rented a private room, and no one saw him leave. But people leave at all kinds of different times, and the people who have this information are not the most reliable in terms of being present. You could try and bribe one of their many bouncers of the Vale. They might. They're also big, beefy boys like you. They might, have some respect for you and who you are.
Oh yeah, totally.
Maybe go throw some waiter cred or brawn around.
Sure. So I think is that just pay a coin to increase effect, or
so you'll need to go have a scene with
okay.
Or at least we can start that and make a roll, and then depending on how the roll is, we can have a scene.
That could be where the action comes from.
So I think what happens is he just Alden, he'll just go into the Vale, and he's a little bit of an outlier, and he just orders a drink, and maybe somebody starts something, or somebody's drugged out, and there's a little bit of drama or issue, and then one of the bouncers takes care of it, and then Alden just starts talking to the bouncer about it, kind of relating with him about these fucking kids these days think they get all hopped up on something and think they're hot shit.
Yeah. So here is kind of an abstract generalization of the kind of layout of the Vale. This isn't meant to be taken literally, but I did find this map by Seafoot Games that I really liked, and I actually kind of messed around in Photoshop a bit. But they have these kind of partitioned off areas with these private booths, again, where you can pull the curtains across, and then they have some private rooms you can also rent. But there's also general seating all around. They have various bouncers. These two doors here being the entrance. And this is you have to actually climb up a set of stairs to get here. So this is on the second floor. Alden would know from some of Severian's scouting and information he's shared about the Valers with the crew that they have people coming in and out constantly through the front door, through some back entrances, and they have those smugglers that used to work for them that you all recruited instead, who would probably be able to provide information as well that there is a stairwell or stairwells in the back of some of these hallways that lead down into a kind of a warehouse almost, or a large staging area where they have a lot of the Valer supplies. Things like, their day-to-day stuff like drugs, alcohol, food, but they also store a lot of their more occult stuff. So that's where they would have bodies, where they would have their Valer symbols and magical implements, and as well as the bodies that they would smuggle out and dump in Lake Varda. They report that they never saw any captives though. But here you are, and there are a number of bouncers around, a number of servers and hosts going around, walking up to a curtain, pulling it back, stepping in. You see someone sneer at you as the curtain's being pulled closed again. There's people just hanging out at tables, drinking their beverages, which it sounds like you're also doing. And then you're also seeing people like renting, like talking with hosts to rent private rooms and like getting little tiny dishes with drugs brought back to them. And you are seeing activity here as people are walking like to and fro on this side over here, like as barrels of ale, large amounts of food are being brought back and forth to the kitchens, but none of the like occultish stuff is
Right.
available to you.
Okay. So yeah, I think I'll take up a seat in like the common area, like one of these
Sure.
high activity places,
Yeah.
and just sit for a little while, hoping to see somebody, basically hoping to see a bouncer do something, something that I could like find a way to initiate some conversation with.
Yeah. You see,
I'm looking for somebody being escorted out or thrown out, or a fight getting stopped or something like that.
Okay. So a couple of things kind of happen that you observe. There are a number of people, both again coming to and fro, that the bouncers like will like look up at. They are being very, very attentive and vigilant, especially right here by this entrance.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some people that just like carrying stuff or just walking back there that they just give like a nod to, and let them walk by. But other patrons might walk over here and just be like, "What's over here?" And they like immediately step in front of the path and are like, "Whoa, buddy, the bar's over there." Or if you're ready to leave, we can escort you out. The door being like 15 feet away. But as you kind of like case the area, you note that there's kind of two major points of interest to the bouncers. Like the entrance area has the most bouncers, with 2 by this entrance that they're very vigilant about. And then 2 others that are posted like within eyesight of that, just kind of guarding other, doors, checking people in, welcoming them out, like, checking people if they look like they aren't supposed to be there. If people are getting rowdy, they're like, "Okay, buddy, it's time to go." Or do you have any money on you? We can get you a room you can just hang out in. So this kind of main entranceway, and in particular this entrance over here is of important note. And then over in like kind of the main pub area, there seems to be an office that 2 bouncers are posted at as a guise for keeping an eye on the general area and being available. So if any of the hosts are having issues at any of these like side tables, like a bouncer might get asked to come help out. But that's kind of their distribution and some of the things that are happening that draw the bouncer's attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think so there's people like going back and forth in that back room who the bouncers kind of like nod a little bit of respect, or they pretend like they're a big deal, or they don't want to inhibit or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So people that are just, they don't have to show any ID or prove themselves or anything. They're just allowed back there.
Yes, there are some of those.
Okay.
Here, let's switch our music.
Well, boys, I could do 2. I've got 2 ideas. I could try to talk up one of these bouncers, pay him a little bit of money, and see what they can tell me. Or I could follow one of these guys and make them tell me. So I'm not sure which route. Let me think.
Why don't we have... I think it's time for a party. Wouldn't you say, as you're sitting in our place, and I've been cleaning up blood that has been splayed everywhere?
It's day 3 and you're almost done with the dry blood.
Yeah, like everything's like turned over and like drying and hung up in weird ways across the like hooks or something. I think it comes to Garrus's mind that he's like, you know what? It's time for a party.
We spruce this place nice and clean now. It's time to show it off to some people or whatever.
I don't think this place will ever be clean of what is happening here, but maybe we could throw a party at where Severian is. Wouldn't this be a great way to cover our entry to the Veilers if we whisper around the Gyros News Network that there is a great big party happening?
We know that he's there now?
Well, so Alden found out that he was around there. He went in,
okay,
but he hasn't been really seen. He hasn't been served. So I think he cases the joint and maybe comes back and says, here's what's going on. I'm going to go back there and talk to one of these bouncers, maybe throw some of your coin around and see what I can find out. And that's when Gyros says, maybe we'll
like if it costs coin for you to get that, I'm happy to pay it, but maybe I jumped the gun.
Perfect.
But Gyros' plan.
No. So I think, I think he comes back. This is your plan, and now he's gonna maybe Alden goes back to make the reservation for the party or to book a room or something.
We're not going to book a room or anything. We're going to make our own party that we pass out coin to people that we want to be there, and we will have a shindig, an unexpected party. They will be unexpectedly busy.
You're DDoSing
them. Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay.
When they also want to leave, there's no leaving.
Right.
And Gyros would like to use his contacts through any of the organizations that think of us favorably and the news network and get a whisper campaign to, hey, everybody, there's going to be a party tonight.
Okay.
At the Veilers, whatever night that we're going to go down.
Okay.
So I think we can use this. Yeah, so we can do a couple of things with this. Like with this party, obviously there's a lot of people. The bouncers are going to have their eyes on people, but we can easily pay somebody to make a distraction or to do something.
Yeah.
So right now, we're pretty sure Severian came here, but he didn't come back. But we don't know for sure. So are we going to use this party to figure it out, or are we going to do a little bit more before that?
Speaking as a player, it's like we can do some more before this, or we can get straight into like action, and Nick can be like, Eric, it costs you 2 coin to like figure it the fuck out, or whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Yeah,
I don't know how you want to handle that.
I think Alden's just gonna pay one of these bouncers. Like after he sits around for a little while, he's gonna say, "Hey, my kid's got himself into some trouble lately. I know he used to hit this place pretty heavy a while back, and I haven't seen him for a while. You've seen a guy by this description?" And then I give him Severian's description. And as I say that, I pass him a coin.
Sorry, who are you talking to? One of the bouncers?
Yeah, after sitting there for a little while and just watching the place.
Okay, give me a sway.
All right.
Unless there's another action rating you'd like to use that you think is appropriate.
No, I think sway's fine. He's not using violence right now.
Okay. This is going to be controlled standard.
Sure. So I'm going to push myself, and then I can pay a coin to increase effect, or is it?
No, you are paying a coin as part of to make this action happen. Okay. You cannot make this roll without it.
Right. Perfect. Controlled. You said controlled standard, right?
Controlled standard.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay. Let me pull up my notes here. Consequences. Sorry, I closed a bunch of my documents.
As we learn more about the game, it's these will become easier and easier, right? As we play more, right?
Yes.
It takes time.
Sorry.
I'm glad you double check to. This is what bothers John a lot. He's like, why is there so many things? It's like, I think that's brilliant, and it leads to create more creative storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a cheat sheet.
Oh, you're good.
That shows me. Okay, so on a control or wait, did I say controlled?
Yeah,
controlled.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Controlled standard.
Okay. You are blocked or falter. Either press on by seizing a risky opportunity or withdraw and try a different approach. So, he looks at the money you're handing him and looks up at you, and he's like, what is this? What do you think you're doing, buddy? And he kind of starts puffing his chest and stepping into your personal space.
Right. So I step right back up to him and I say, "What the fuck do you think this is?" And he looks down, and I've got a blade held right at his groin, ready to just shove it right in there.
Okay. give
We
me
have tripled down immediately, not doubled down.
yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna need another roll here.
Sure.
This
So
will
I
be
think
risky.
command maybe makes sense. Like this is what this is. You're gonna tell me what the fuck you know about this kid, when he came in here, and where he went.
Ooh, I like
And then you're gonna
that.
take this coin, and then we're gonna walk away.
Oh,
You got it?
None of this
shit.
ever happened.
Yeah. Command seems appropriate to me.
Are
I
there
think
any
I could also
Sorry.
see sway
Something
working
I'm not-
here, or even like finesse, like getting that knife real close and wedging it in there.
I think I'll let his mind, I'll let his imagination do the work as far as
Yeah,
how close
fair.
the blade gets. Yeah, I'm just commanding him.
He doesn't seem worried. Oh, whoops.
So,
Yep.
command obedience with your force of personality, intimidate or threaten, lead an action. Okay, so this is going to be risky great.
Perfect.
I also should describe this clock that I've put on the screen as well.
Uh-oh.
This clock represents Severian being sacrificed. I'm gonna tick
Beautiful.
this clock every time that you all make like some sort of take some sort of approach to gathering information, and also I can add ticks when you all fail rolls while on the job. So it seems like Alden has both talked to the doctor and is pursuing like talking to bouncers. So I'm gonna tick this twice.
All right,
Oh,
boys.
buddy.
So it's a good thing I'm making this roll, because if we fail, it's my character at risk. So I've got 2 dice. Do I get a devil's bargain?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to give you a devil's bargain. Looking at my list of devil's bargains. Where did I put those? I think it's heat.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll take it.
Okay, I think it'll be 2 heat for the crew.
Oh, that'll give us wanted.
Absolutely.
That's fine with Alden. All right, so I've got 3 dice then. Fuck. 4, that's... Oh, wait, is a 4 a success?
A 4
It's okay.
is a partial success.
Yeah.
You do
okay.
it, but there's a consequence. You suffer harm, a complication occurs, you have reduced effect, you end up in a desperate position. Okay, so what is it you're asking this guy exactly?
So I gave him the description of Severian, and I say, you're gonna tell me when he was in here last, where he went, and where he's at right the fuck now.
Where have you isolated this bouncer exactly?
So it's probably like, what's the best?
Is this
Yeah,
in?
it's this guy right here.
Oh,
Yep.
you
Just
are in
with
the
insight.
establishment.
Yeah.
Or is that too far? Was this conversation being happened elsewhere?
Well, I imagine. I mean, it could have, but I mean, I didn't say like I followed one of these guys out. Like I tried to lead it as if I was having a friendly conversation with one of these bouncers. I was near the table, and then like I said a few things to him. He kind of got in my face, and then I got in his face. So the other bouncers see, okay, this old man is getting in this bouncer's face. We're gonna go throw him out, but they probably don't see the knife held at his groin
Yeah.
just yet.
He's like, whoa, hey, okay, no need for any of that. Here, why don't I calmly walk you outside away from my companions, and we'll have a conversation there. Like, you can
That
escort me.
sounds perfectly reasonable to me.
All right. Some of the bouncers are kind of like eyeing the situation, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna pretend like I'm bouncing you. All right, like no need to get violent here. And he's like, all right, buddy, let's go outside, okay? I'll walk you out. No
Yeah,
need
and
to
I let
start
him
something.
like push me around a little bit. I hide the blade back up my sleeve or whatever, and
Sure.
I play the feeble old man, the feeble drunk man or whatever.
Yeah, you're keeping a very careful eye on this guy. You've got your knife like ready to go if you need it, and he doesn't try anything. He walks outside with you, and he's like, "Fuck, man. Yeah, your dude. He was here a couple nights ago. What do you want to know about him?"
What happened to him? Is he still here?
Who's asking? Why do you want to know?
Well, let's just say I've got a very worried mother at home that wants to know where their son is right now.
Okay, well, Shit. Listen, he kind of overdid it, and I'm imagining that this whole time you've had like your knife to him, like in that way where you've maintained control of the situation. He's like, look, he's in the back. They've got him. All right, no need to dislocate anything on my body. No need to make any removements. That's a word, removements.
That's the
Am I
riskier.
from Brooklyn now? Yes.
Well, kid, you answered my question. I'm not gonna remove anything off of you. Besides, you start screaming and bleeding all over me, your friends are gonna be on me in a moment. Take your coin, get the hell out of here. Or get back to work, rather.
You're actually gonna give him the cred? Or coin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's like, okay.
I told him I'd pay him coin if he gave me information. He gave me information, so he takes the coin.
This kid, he sees in this kid's eyes that he's not making ends meet. You need this coin.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Grips his hand with the coin. Take this. Be better.
Yeah. So.
I mean, if you look surprised, I could say, look, I can give you a black eye if you want, but I don't really think it's necessary.
Just get the fuck out of here. I said get the fuck out of here. And you watch him go back in and the other bouncers like give him a look. And he's definitely like pointing at you from inside with the other bouncers and they all like turn and look at you.
Yeah, I get the fuck out of there.
You've been made. Like,
Yeah, that's fine.
if you show your face around here, they will know like you're on the blacklist. And that is your complication.
I mean, when I come back here, I will be the blacklist, so I am not worried at all.
I make the lists.
Okay.
I'm the danger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, wow, I'm really making Eric pull double duty here. So,
That's fine.
Eric,
Double, triple.
your friends are attempting to contact you. You become aware that they are trying to like speak through your mouth. How many times do you think you attempt this, Quint? Oh, I need to fix the cams. Whoop.
Probably twice. Once gives me the notion, why wouldn't he be able to respond? It's the middle of the day. This is really abnormal. And then the second time is like, okay, if he doesn't respond to this, then something's got to be up.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'll probably do it once, and then I'll wait like 2 hours or something like that, and do it again. So it's not like maybe he did pass out, but it's the middle of the day. He should be up by now. I'll try it again. If I don't hear anything,
Okay.
we gotta get into action.
All right. I need you to give me a fortune roll of 1d6 to see how badly of a position you put Severian in with your attempts to contact him while he is captive.
Yeah.
And
fair.
he literally starts involuntarily speaking. Actually, yeah, do 2d6 fortune roll, please.
Okay. So
Can I get a study against his fortune roll from the guards?
What?
Study their captive.
Oh,
Well, if
Are they smart
Severian's,
about studying?
if he's drugged up and he's dissociating, the response that Quint would potentially get might not be completely coherent.
yeah. So what I'm gonna do with a 5 is his interrogators definitely hear this mumbling, and so they are like a little wary of him. So he is going to have reduced effect on some action rolls here moving forward. Severian.
it's like
yeah,
he's
do
like
you
suppressing
think-
it a little.
Do you think Severian would get a chance to try to finesse his way into responding? So I think it's going to be probably hard and like low effect or something. But if I'm not mistaken, for the ritual, all he really needs to do is put blood on his lips and speak, right?
Yes, that's correct. But he is bound and super drugged up. Remember, to act at all, you're going to need to push yourself. That is what a level 3 harm means.
Okay.
So you are sensing this attempt to contact you. Like you are mumbling, but in your like, because you can like hear through your head the mumbling of your own voice, or rather Quint's voice through your mouth. You understand what they're trying to say. They're like, your friends are looking out for you.
Right.
And you notice that, very vaguely, you notice that your interrogators are kind of like taking notice, and they're like, what did he say? I don't know. But not only that, you start to hear just some vague kind of murmurings of your captors. Things like, wants them kept alive. Things like, until we've dealt a don't want attention, lay low. If you would like to try and understand what they're saying and push yourself out of the stupor, you can make a study roll, or something else to try and like get out of your stupor and deal with, or like try and observe and gather some information for yourself. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, so...
Or you can push yourself and attempt to contact your friends. Or both. Up to you.
So I think I'm going to try to push myself and figure out what the hell is going on.
Sure.
So I think survey says survey location or situation to understand what's going on.
Yes.
So maybe like a survey to see, okay, I'm bound in this room and these veilers are keeping me drugged.
Yeah.
Is basically like what I'm looking for, I guess.
Okay, so you're trying to understand your current situation, not listen to them, or both.
No, I think at this point he's trying to understand his current situation.
Okay, not...
I don't think we're to the listening to them at this point yet.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me mark 2 XP. Or,
Yeah.
nope, 2 stress, and give me a...
I mean, would this be a desperate situation?
No.
Okay.
This is now risky because your captors are suspicious of you.
Okay.
It would have been controlled otherwise, though.
Risky standard?
Yeah, risky standard.
All right.
I'll be
Devil's
back in,
bargain,
like, 10
maybe?
seconds.
I'm not sure. I gotta push myself to do it anyway, so I feel like I can't push myself again. So I'm not sure if a devil's bargain really makes sense either.
Ooh, when
Yeah, I think you just get to push yourself because you can do one or. It's an
actually,
or.
no.
Right.
Level 3. Oh, sorry. Hang on, let me look at level 3 harm. Suffer level 3 harm. Where does it talk about you can push yourself? Sorry.
Severe harm. Take 3 harm. Take 3 harm. Interesting. Now you're into character sheets.
Yeah. What am I looking
resistance
for? I'm looking for
armor.
need help. That's what I'm looking for. Which is not in here. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you get a bonus die. But
Yeah.
I'm not
think
actually
they're-
sure.
I think they're opposite.
Yeah.
Right.
It's an or.
Yeah. That's a 6. Okay.
Nice.
So you are like trying to push yourself out of your stupor, force your eyes open, and understand like what exactly is going on. You are in a grungy back room of the Vale, which you would like recognize some of the architecture and decor, at least like the wood paneling of the rooms and the stone floor. Well, actually, wood floor on this in this particular room. There are other people here that are super drugged out, bound much like you. And drugs are there is someone in a black cloak like walking around with like a powdered rag in his hand, like kind of looking over people. As he walks past you, you like close your eyes, it's very easy to do and settle down.
Yeah.
And a minute passes and you kind of like open your eyes again. And And yeah, this is your situation. The Veilers have at least a dozen people here that are super drugged out. They look to be people who are likely like very much on the margins, people that are not very well off, people who probably aren't going to be missed. And then there's you. Yeah, they have. You can see that this Veiler has equipped on their side a ritual dagger made of a sort of like black obsidian looking metal, very unfinished looking and kind of jagged. It has markings of patterns, much like you've seen on other magical items like the demon brands and other magical items. For some reason, they have chosen not to kill you. And some of the murmurings that you have heard and will hear could clarify some of that information if you'd like to try and, also push yourself to listen and gather more information there.
Yeah, I'll do it. So another push, a study. I have no dice in this, so that's okay.
Okay.
Risky, standard. No bonus dice, and we'll see what I get.
That is a
1.
3. Okay.
No, 0 dice, so I take the lowest.
Oh, yeah, so that's a 1. All right.
That's okay.
So things go badly, you suffer harm, a complication occurs, you end up in a desperate position, or you lose this opportunity. So I think you're listening in, and you do hear them. You do hear what they have to say. They are saying things like, the psychopomp wants them all kept alive until Vale is ready to act. You have no idea what a psychopomp is or who that is. You overhear them at one point saying, the cleric of Worm is interfering with our plans. Hang on. We want them to think that we've been dealt a vital blow before we act. And things like, we don't want the Church of Rust's attention. We need to lay low until we're ready. Don't worry, we'll kill them all eventually when the moment is right. And then you also hear them say, really, we should wait for the Archveiler to arrive. And then you hear them saying things like, the Archveiler will be here soon, in the next day or so.
Perfect.
Yeah. And then the Archveiler arrives. And you don't really know much about what an Archveiler is, but you get the sense that they're a leader because they are donned in very ornate robes. I have a character token here that I'll just go ahead and reveal so we can get kind of a sense of what they look like. They're in a black and red robe. The robes themselves have those kind of constellation geometric patterns all over it. They have in a hilt a saber with a very ornate hilt. You can't quite see the saber itself though. And they are also holding a black obsidian staff with
They've
a
got
tiny
the Eye of Sauron, it looks like.
Basically, it's got like a gem in the top, which has lots and lots of tiny, intricate magic patterns all over it.
Has that staff been seen in previous episodes on another show?
Yes, in Song of the Ravenlands, both other Archveilers have had similar staves and sabers. In fact, like they all like are wearing the exact same thing. But this one's name is Archveiler Persithal. And you find out as much as they say, "Oh, Archveiler Persithal, these are the captives we have, ready to be sacrificed whenever you are ready." Very good, he says. The moment will be right soon. The cleric of Worm and those pesky Hollows folk are planning to attack Whaler's Hold in a month or so. They are actively preparing. Our plan is to send a regiment in, invisible, with magic, and murder soldiers on the battlefield. It is then that we will kill these people. But as always, we always need souls to sacrifice to power other magics, and we will have use for these. Let me take a look, and I'll decide who we can use to bestow an enchantment on the veil. And he begins, like, looking over all of the captives that he has, and he notices you. And he goes, "When was the last time you drugged this one?" And he, like, kind of, like, puts his head or his hand to his chin, and he goes, "Believe I did this morning, though. Oh, wait, that wasn't my shift. I'm not quite sure. That was the previous guy. Well, we can drug him now. Yes, maybe we should. He seems to be awake. What? And you've been made Severian."
Ah, shit. Okay. I want to try one last, possibly desperate thing.
Yes.
I've been made.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do, I'm bound, like, strapped to something, like strapped to a board or a cot, or just tied up.
You're laying on the floor, bound with rope.
Just a little caterpillar.
Yeah. So I'm gonna smash my face into the floor and attempt to get, to make my lip or nose bloody. Something where I can get blood upon my lips and speak a quick word or two to Severian.
Okay.
Or to Quinn. I am already speaking to myself, apparently.
Don't just go with, like, biting your lip. Get really in there.
Yeah.
All right. You smash
I'm
your
not gonna bite
head
my tongue
on the
off.
floor. You get yourself bloodied, and as you're being grabbed by the Veiler and the Archveiler, as they try and restrain you, you feel the blood running down your lips and into your mouth, and you begin to speak. What do you say, and who are you speaking through?
So I speak through Phasm, and I say, the veil captured, it's a trap.
Okay.
And the Archveiler waves his wand over you, and suddenly, Severian, you are in your hideout again, and we'll come back to you in a minute.
Oh shit! Oh yeah! Thanks, guys. You saved me.
Yeah. That was easier than I expected.
There's, like, no
Yes,
blood.
Severian is not here. Quint, you have just spoken using Severian's, voice with this brief and chilling message. What do you make of this, and what do you do?
Yeah, I feel like Garros and I were already starting to talk to each other and trying to puzzle out what exactly happened to him, and then I just blurt this out all of a sudden, and now, okay, we know. And it sounded urgent, so we got to go now.
So
it's a trap, but he's one of us.
Well, Severian knows that the trap that they were talking about was not for you guys, but after getting these words out and being got, now it's definitely going to be a trap for you. Like, that was kind of my thought process.
Yeah, right.
But basically, sending you the message tipped him off, is how I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely
They
know
also-
something's coming.
Yeah, they may not know. They may know. Who knows, right?
Right.
This could just be the incoherent shoutings of, like, a drugged crazy man. Who knows? But I'm pretty sure Nick's going to tick that forward one.
Hell yeah.
No, because that was Severian acting.
Oh.
Based on your attempts to contact him, which was a third way to gather information. So in fact, I am going to tick this forward.
I was about to say, wait a second. Isn't this?
Yes.
It's totally
Perfect.
fine. We gotta stay on track here.
Yeah.
Okay, Garros. So we can take them, right?
Oh, they think they've taken Severian, but we will take everything from them in their reduced state. We have taken their smugglers. We have information on the inside about what is going on at that location, and they will have nothing left when we are done with them.
Okay.
Are we? Did we already? Maybe it's possible that this happened after we started to plant the seeds for the party. plan. So are we still proceeding with that, or are we doing something different now?
I think that's a good plan.
I agree.
That was going to be the like, okay, we know where he is. He's at the Valors. Cool. Now there's going to be a party at the Valors. I hate living here. This place sucks. We're going to have a party there and take over their place.
Yeah.
So
I think it's absolutely a good idea.
Really quickly, there is grounds for multiple engagement roles using multiple plans, which you totally can do, and or have one be like a setup role for the actual engagement. So we could have like a social like setup role for the engagement role, where the outcome of like, hey, how does our like, whisper?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you call it, Eric?
The whisper campaign.
The whisper
of
campaign.
Like this unplanned party that is going to be happening at their location. We didn't call for reservations. We don't. We like barge in. Everyone's like ordering drinks and going crazy. One of the things that we need to be able to identify people by of if they are friend or foe. So is there a faction known for making items or clothing or things of these nature? I'm not sure who would be good to go to for this.
Well, you just
so funny
say it's
you
like
ask.
masquerade or something.
I thought there was one. Is it the Red Sashes?
So the Red Sashes have invaded a party before. Oops, sorry. We're both clicking. Originally a school of dancing that secretly is a cover for a school of sword arts, which is secretly a front for a criminal group that attempts to infiltrate socialite circles for profit. So yeah, they would be great. Like they would totally be like good people to like be a part of a party, because they do that sort of thing. Like that's very much their jam.
Yeah, and this is to like extend our reach into other circles that we may or may not have been involved with. So going to them and talking to them about, hey, like this is like a Dr. House where he goes and talks to Wilson and they're having ideas of like, is it lupus or not lupus? Like, should I use like, how do we identify friend or foe if we're going to put like a lot of people in one place? What would you guys do? Would you wear like, everyone wears like a certain, like a scarf, or, would you have everybody who has like a red shirt on underneath their jacket, or, something. I'm just throwing out all the ideas.
Yeah. So in terms of apparel, I mean, you could go buy apparel. There is a faction that is producing apparel now. You're not going to like it. It is.
I thought it was the Church of Rust.
No, it is not the church.
Aren't they doing it at the
Iron Hook prison? Yes.
Yeah.
I forgot to mark that you have negative status with that. Well, actually, they don't know. They don't know who you are.
They didn't know who that was.
But yeah, they have started since like coal mining isn't a thing anymore. Yeah, they're making textiles in the prison.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could totally pay them.
I was going to say we could.
Like, it could just be like a mundane thing, right? Where I go to like a shop and I'd be like, I need like, X amount of scarves or patches or bow ties or, lapel things that sit out of your jacket or whatever. And I would make them the colors of Worm.
Okay. Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, this is the stream before Halloween. We could make it like a masquerade or something to that effect.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, everybody has masks or whatever.
I like that a lot. Perfect. Okay.
Well, I wasn't going to reveal it yet, but I'll send it anyways because it's cool. So I figured when Alden gets into the shit, like when he gets into the combat, he's got his old mask that he brings out of retirement that he puts on. Because, he's a retired guy. He doesn't want to get made. But it's an old mining mask that I could find. I just sent it in the group chat.
Oh.
So that's going to be his mask.
Oh, man.
That's not quite a masquerade sort of mask. But he's going to show up towards the end, I suppose, since he's
hang on, let me change.
He's been made anyways. So.
Oh, yeah. It's like a burlap old mining. Yeah.
Yeah.
It certainly makes an impression.
Oh, there it is.
Has a certain flavor to it.
Wow, look at that. That's disgusting.
It's like the original diving.
You sweat.
Are you my mummy?
It's like the old diving mask.
like the original diving mask where they would pump air into it.
Yeah.
Oh, that thing looks terrifying.
That is terrifying. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let me look at my notes and see if there was anything else I wanted to cover. Oh yeah. Didn't we just level up the crew?
Yes.
Oh yes.
Okay, so I think before we jump to the engagement role, maybe this would be a very good time to figure out how we're leveling up the crew.
Yeah.
So
What
let
is our
me
secret
find
ability?
crew advancement again. Oh, here, I'll just pull it up on this sheet. Crew advancement. So, when you fill your crew advancement tracker, clear the marks and take a new special ability or mark 2 crew upgrade boxes. Oh, right.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Upgrade.
So in our cast chat, I posted a few interesting options after the last session that we had for the special abilities. I looked at other crew sheets because the crew, as well as us, can take a veteran to
that's
take
right.
a special ability from something else.
Mhm.
I
What
thought
is
they were interesting. I
mastery?
don't know.
There are 4 ticks in mastery. What is that?
Yeah, if we would have to put, basically we get 2 ticks underneath the crew upgrades thing, or we get 1 special ability. Mastery
Oh.
takes a total of 4, so we'd have to level
Mastery
up
means
twice.
we can have 4 dots in it, right?
Yeah, mastery means you can upgrade your abilities to 4 instead of
Yeah.
3.
Which could be really powerful. I mean, it's, if we start at 4, then it becomes really easy to roll 6 dice between pushing and helping.
Paying extra or helping or whatever
Right.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Otherwise-
think that one's pretty good.
So really quickly, there's just a couple things I want to point out that might be relevant to this mission. Anointed is a special ability. You get +1 die against with resistance rolls against supernatural threats. Magic is a supernatural threat.
True.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. And I feel like we've been involved with quite a bit of supernatural stuff.
Yeah, and then there's, I think, veteran also. You were going over some of those veteran ideas, Quint. You said, or
Yeah.
had you brought them up?
So I didn't write down where I got these, which sheet I got them from. Some of them were assassins. Some of them were what's the crew that's kind of like a drug runners thing. But anyway,
The Hawkers.
yeah, hawkers. So one of them is patron. We just got in with the hive pretty good. When you advance your tier, it costs half the coin it normally would. Which that's good, but it doesn't really help us in this situation. Crow's Veil. Your activities are hidden from notice of the Deathseeker crows. You don't take extra heat when killing is involved on a score.
Oh.
High Society. Take -1 heat during downtime and +1 dice to gather info about the city's elite.
One of the things about that Nick has mentioned Anointed, and he is giving us a huge favor here, is that it doesn't the head of Rust deal with a lot of magic, and there's a lot of other magical things happening
the
in the
Rust
city.
Prince is like
There's a bunch of magic maybe coming our way.
Anointed is definitely a very strong one.
Yeah, the Rust Prince is like over a century old, and he is the one who taught the entire Church of Rust demonology.
There's also Lord Skurlock.
There's a lot of magic in this setting, so could be a good one.
Maybe he's giving us a little hint.
I just wanted to draw your attention to it.
It's as pointy as my hair is today because I wore a hat earlier, and it's not going to go back to what it was. Stop doing it. It just keeps laying back down.
Nice.
Yeah, Anointed is definitely a really good option. So I'm game with that if that's what we want to do.
Yeah. Okay.
I will take the foreshadowing from our DM seriously, and also put in on that one.
You're so welcome. Okay. Everyone take 3 stash. Oh, look, it even says it right here. Upon crew advance, each PC gets stash equal to tier +2. Oh boy. Okay.
Wouldn't that be, because we're going to be tier 2, wouldn't that be 4?
You're not tier 2 yet, though.
I see. Okay. Well, you're still
Tier
one.
goes up when your rep advances.
I see. I understand.
And taking out this faction might just do that for you. I have updated Jeremiah's sheet with like all the back stash as well as the current advancements stash. He had 2 stash already, so he's at 15. Nice. Oh, so almost ready to retire.
When you max out on stash, do you retire?
You can. You don't have to, but you can.
Yeah. I'm at 23.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
That's pretty good.
It's kind of insane. At the end of downtime, you get +2, and that's been running for a couple.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's really good. Is it 2 stash or 2 cred?
2 stash.
Wow, that's really
So
good.
just 1 coin every time we finish a job, no matter what.
Yeah. But stash is so good towards like your character's retirement.
Yeah, exactly. No, my
Yeah.
character's like loves being rich as fuck.
I'm trying to find it on one of my cheat sheets, like the retirement tiers.
What does it mean? Yeah. Oh, you can roll stash. What is this? Click. Sorry.
Wait, what?
Oh, it's a lifestyle roll.
Oh, a lifestyle roll. Oh, that's
So
cool.
if you ever have to roll quote lifestyle, I have now accrued 2 lifestyle.
It probably rolls a d6 per 10 that you have.
That's right, because you click the final 10, right?
Yeah.
We'll have to incorporate that somehow. I will go look this up.
Oh yeah, that should be like when you buy something, like for your, like not only when you indulge in luxury should we make you do a stress, a indulge vice, but we should also like see how good the thing was that you bought. So stash and retirement, just to like take another tangent. 0 to 10, you retire as a poor soul. You end up in the gutter, awash in vice and misery. Stash 11 to 20, meager, a tiny hovel that you can call your own. Stash 21 to 39, modest, a simple home or apartment with some small comforts. You might operate a tavern or small business. Stash 40, fine, a well-appointed home or apartment claiming a few luxuries. You might operate a medium business. Nice.
I love that.
Oh yeah, it does say this. Each row of 10 stash indicates the quality level of your lifestyle. So
Does
like
it have anything like an example of lifestyle rolls?
Yeah. Craig Haig is a scoundrel who cares a great deal about his sartorial swagger, and Adam, his player, often describes Cantor as modeling the most stylish and outrageous fashion to impress his peers. But he's just some street scoundrel, right? How impressive is his 6-colored coat? Really? The GM can call for a fortune roll using his lifestyle level. Oh, I guess it doesn't describe it. But it says 0 is like street life and 4 is luxury. So it's basically kind of the same as the retirement levels. So right now you said you have 23?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're living modestly.
Yeah. Better than most in this city.
That's good. Okay.
Someone from chat says, so like how well you dress or how wealthy you are perceived. All of that.
Yeah. Yes.
My character wants to be perceived as wealthy. That's for sure.
Yeah. I you know, honestly, you can be rich, but be perceived as, I think perception is up to the player to articulate.
Correct.
But then, you know, NPCs can draw their own conclusions.
Yeah, because also someone could have 0 stash but be perceived as rich because they're just spending all of their money, like
right,
putting out towards that. But like none of our characters are really doing that. It's more like, you know, one of them's a drug addict, one of them likes buying knickknacks. Yeah.
The other one just buries himself in his books.
Yeah, loves books.
And the other one is also a drug addict.
Yeah. Yeah, excuse me, drug connoisseur. You go to the Baylors.
Yeah, I'm not just doing that shit alone.
I'm
Like, that's
not an addict. Like, please, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
it's purely
I'm
social.
the life of the party. Hello.
While I lock myself alone in a closet.
Yeah, in the Baylors.
Yeah.
Hey, one closet by myself, please. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. So I'm going to go over linked plans in the rules, which might tell us how to kind of handle this kind of multi-approach. Sometimes an operation seems to call for a couple of plans linked together. A common scenario is a team that wants a 2-pronged approach. You create a diversion at the tavern, and when they send thugs over, we'll break into their lair. Wow. How fitting. There are 2 ways to handle this. Either one, the diversion is a setup maneuver that a team member performs as part of the plan. A successful setup maneuver can improve position for teammates, possibly offsetting a bad engagement roll or give increased effect. An unsuccessful setup maneuver might cause trouble for the second part of the plan. An easy consequence is to give the actual engagement roll -1d. If it makes sense, the team member who performed the setup can drift back into the main operation and join the team later so they don't have to sit out and wait. Or the other option, the diversion is its own plan, engagement, and operation whose outcome creates the opportunity for a future plan. That doesn't sound like what we're doing. I'm not
this
even
is set up 100%.
Yeah, this
I
is
feel.
set up. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a social setup and then an assault plan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
So something I didn't realize with command is that you can actually use it to like lead an action.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily have to be like you can use command to lead an action of like it would normally be skirmish, but you have like a whole crew. So I mean, what I'm thinking is basically Alden is outside. You guys go in with the social plan, and at some designated moment, Alden comes in with the rest of the crew, and then we start cracking skulls.
Yeah, so let me talk about group actions, because we actually haven't done too many of them. But that's normally when, like, if we're all doing something together, like we could have, like, hey, we're gonna do our whisper campaign, and I would have everyone roll like sway or consort, and someone would be leading that and take stress depending on like the failures of that. But the highest die result of everyone's rolls is the actual like outcome, which could be like, you know, you're rolling lots of dice, you're more likely to get higher outcomes. Or you can use a command. So your character doesn't have to be especially skilled at the action at hand in order to lead a group action. This maneuver is about leadership, not necessarily about ability. You can also lead cohorts with a group action by rolling command if you direct their efforts, or roll the appropriate action rating if you participate alongside them. The cohort rolls its quality level.
I mean, it seems like the cohort of our boys would go with like Alden and Phasm to like do the breaking and entering.
Yeah.
And then myself and Skit would do the socializing.
Well, if everyone's so really quickly, oh, thank you about Cantor, Eric. So is everyone participating in like, hey, let's go get everyone we can like today and tell them that we're going tomorrow to this party? Because then it sounds like everyone can roll and get involved in like getting bodies to the Vale. Or are you trying to do that day of?
I would probably do it beforehand, but I would also want to reach out to some of the factions that we haven't that we haven't like super interacted with, like the Red Sashes, for example.
Yeah.
Probably get a contact from the Hive to see, like, you know, I don't want to just like lean on the Hive the whole time. Like, you're like, Hive, come help us. So
you have 3 rep with the Hive. They are coming. Again,
they're already here.
Again, status is about like how willing are they to go out of their way to help or harm you.
Okay.
-3 is I don't care what it costs me. I am going to ruin you. And 3 is I don't care what it costs me. I will be there. So the Hive is coming, like for sure. You all don't have very high rep with really anyone else.
That's right.
Like, you know, Lord Skurlock. You could probably convince the Dockers.
The Dockers, and then
so tell you what,
asking Maha for like an in with like one of the other factions.
Okay.
We just want bodies, and we want to overwhelm the bouncers to So here's what I'll say about like whatever this whisper campaign role is. The Hive are coming, so you have great effect. Like, they will be there, period. And they are one of the biggest underworld factions. They will get people there. Awesome.
You also have some rep with Dockers and Chauffeurs and Zips via Skit, I think, and just like the crew in general does. So I'm gonna give you +1d on this. One of you gets +1d on this roll.
Right. I kind of feel like this.
Everyone then, yeah.
I feel like this setup is like Garros flexing his connections and stuff like that, and I think Garros should make the roll to see how well the turnout is for this party.
Okay.
So the way a group action works is everybody rolls, but Garros will take stress based on how people perform.
Yeah.
So Garros is not only, using the news network to get the word out, but he is directing all of you and coordinating efforts to like invite as many people in the city as possible.
Taking the mental load of, did you check with these people?
Exactly.
And make sure they have this set of colors when they're going in.
Exactly.
Make sure they have this set of colors, and we're gonna have a big party, and make sure that they order these drinks, those people order those drinks, and like orchestrating the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's heaven. Like Garros is like, oh, this is prime peak Garros right here. Yes.
Yeah. And you know what? Since I want to lean into like all of you are going to be like inviting people in your own way for this Whisper campaign role, you can use Command, Consort, or Sway, your choice.
Perfect.
And we will the result of the roll is whatever the single highest die is. But Garros will take stress for anyone whose highest roll is a 1, 2, or 3.
Okay.
Garros, you can also take +1 from having contacts here.
So I get +2 then, is what I'm hearing, because everyone's getting +1. And then everyone's getting...
No. I said everyone gets +1, and then I clarified, no, that's too much.
Okay. I get +1.
You know what?
And
Fuck it. Everyone take +1. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just everyone takes +1.
Yes.
Okay.
And this has great effect. Okay. Well, that's a 6. So we know this is a success.
Hell yeah.
It's a fortune roll?
Yeah, it's just a fortune roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not click fortune.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry
I'm
about
working on it.
Keep reading. It's a drop down in the selections here as well. Effect doesn't matter.
No. Okay, that's a 4. That's good.
And +1.
Because that's not stress. That's a 2. Okay, so Garros, take 1 stress. Quint is apparently not great at socializing and inviting people to parties for some strange
it's very
reason.
fitting. It's very, very
He gets
fitting.
distracted by everything he's into. And I have to like check up on him. Did you check with this person? No, you didn't? Okay,
Yeah,
I gotta go check with
you
that person.
delegate.
Like-
You try to delegate to me, and I immediately try to delegate to someone else, like one of our
Cohort.
bugs or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I immediately turn around and I try to like tell them, all right, you need to go invite. I'd say like my best impression of what you just did to me, and then I go fuck off and do
All right.
my own occult research.
They come back around to me and are like, hey, I don't have time to like go talk to this person because you already sent me to do a thing, and Quint is sending me. Okay, I'll go talk to Quint again. Quint's like in his book and I can't reach him. It's like, fine, I'll go do it myself.
Okay.
I'm just stressed out.
So
I'm like,
Garros has told 3 of us we need to go invite people. So if I tell 3 people, then I've satisfied my obligation. And if they, instead of inviting people, tell 3 other people to go invite people, I see how this works. It's definitely not a pyramid-shaped invitation scheme, but I could see how you'd think
funnel.
that. Yeah.
It's a branching web.
It's like roots. It's like a root system.
Yeah, it's roots. Yeah.
Or branches.
It's a root scheme.
It's a root scheme, exactly.
There's multiple layers. It's not a pyramid. Come on.
It's a waterfall because when you get enough droplets together, it becomes a waterfall.
Oh.
We're all going
Trickle down
together.
invites.
Trickle down invites. Okay, so this is great. A lot of people are going to show up. So this is going to very much impact the engagement roll in a positive way. So let's do the engagement roll, and we are going to have +2 dice from a 6. So the engagement roll is just going to start with 1d6 for sheer luck. Let me find the engagement roll part again. Those questions.
One of you guys should roll it because I've rolled a lot today.
So we start with 1d6 for sheer luck. We get +2 from the setup roll. Is this particularly bold or daring? Yes. 4 dice. Is this overly complex or contingent on many factors? Not really. I mean, it's contingent upon, just like a distraction, but you've got that in the bag. So no -1d. Does this expose a key vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I would say yes. Like they're not ready for this. They tell people we don't do reservations. Sorry, go somewhere else. We're happy to recommend something to you. But when people just show up and are like, we're here for the party, they only have what, like 4 or 5 bouncers, 6 bouncers? If you get a lot of people and you're like, no, everyone insist that this is where the party is.
And push your way in if you have to.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defenses or special preparations? They have additional preparations that you all did not learn about, minus 1d.
Okay.
Can any friends
also Severian said, like, it's a trap, so
yeah, they're kind of on alert also because they're well, I'll get to that in a second.
They got their legs cut out from underneath them by having their smugglers.
That's true. They did just kind of lose several factions that support them. So minus 1d, but also their Archvailer just arrived with some additional backup. So plus 1d again. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? Take plus 1d. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in the operation? I mean, yes and yes. So still 4 dice. They are, let's see, any other elements to consider? Let me think for a second.
They are a tier 2.
Yeah, they are higher tier.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of ignoring that right now. It doesn't.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. It's 46. That's pretty good.
All right.
Who's gonna roll this engagement roll?
I haven't rolled much. I can roll it.
Go for it.
4.
All right. I gotta find some music. Okay. That's a 5. That is a mixed result. You're in a risky position when the action starts. So I'm going to take a minute to think about this, and we will cut to the action on the other side of our break. We will be right back.
Perfect.
Hello, everyone. We're back. This is not the scene I want. I want to be on Roll20, where the entire... well, hang on. I'm not going to switch to this, actually, quite yet. Because I first want to chat with Severian real quick and resolve the... you're back in the... You're back in your hangout. So, Severian, you've been caught. You get your word out. We're kind of flashing back here. And you are right where you left the hideout, exactly as it was. You are standing there. Skit is standing over the bodies of various inspectors of the Church of Rust, the ones that you killed, like you yourself killed almost mercilessly.
Yeah.
I forget. Garros is kind of like hiding in the back, just kind of like peeking his head out, not really engaging. I forget where Quint was during that whole scene. What was he doing?
To walk out the lady.
Were you even there?
Yeah, he was there.
He was there, but he immediately left. At this point, when there are dead bodies, didn't you leave to go walk out? What's her name? Before she left?
Yeah. As soon as the combat was resolved.
Where were you during combat, Quint?
During combat, I went to oh, that's right. I was doing the ritual on myself.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh,
to try to like deep dive into my own mind.
We got a plus 1d on the next roll. Thank you, Rumble Roar.
Ooh.
For whatever coffee wants. Okay, there you go, Eric. Okay, so you also see Quint just kind of like standing there. I don't know, like, are your eyes in the back of your head? What does that look like?
Probably something like that. I don't know if they're like rolled back or anything, but I think it's like most of the time his eyes are closed, but sometimes when people sleep, their eyes like crack open just a little bit, and you see like the REM movements and stuff. It's like that kind of stuff. And he's like sitting kind of cross-legged in the middle of his like favorite spot.
Yeah. So everyone's kind of there doing sort of like a repetitive video game animation thing. Like Quint is just sitting there like,
like an idle animation or something.
Yeah, Garros is like peeking his head out from behind a door, sliding back. It's very haunted house decoration. He peeking his head out, sliding back. And Skit is just like, he's got a rag and he's just wiping blood off of his brand where he's just bashed a dude in, and he just like doesn't stop wiping it. And as you draw, like you're just here in the room. The bodies are on the ground. You can see like blood is leaking out of one of them, but the volume of the blood pool just doesn't increase. It's just like one of those animation effects, basically. I
can see like the blood flow trickle into it, but the pool's just the same size,
yes,
even though
exactly.
like the flow is moving inside of it.
Exactly.
Like there's a ripple effect on it, basically.
Right. And as you walk close to, like, as you kind of explore the scene confused, as you walk close to each of your companions, it's kind of like in a video game when you get close to like an NPC and like you can hear them talk and like say like a one-liner or a couple one-liners. And Skit's like, "Good job, Severian. We sure beat him up good. Nice, yeah, you stuck it to him."
Yeah, literally, I suppose. Do I recall anything about like?
Yeah, you remember the whole scenario.
I think I'm kind of like looking around, very confused about, I was just, last thing I knew, I was tied up, right?
Yes.
I check my pockets, make sure that I don't have like full doses of trance powder on me. Like I want to make like, did I just like
you have
do a whole lot?
You have nothing on you. I mean, you're
Am I
wearing
naked?
No, you have no possessions.
Skit, what's yeah, I guess we did beat them up pretty bad.
If only I could have, put a demon in them and we'd have another cohort.
I feel so much like what Severian is hearing is in our characters' voices, but it's as though it's Severian's best impression of us.
Yes.
It's like exactly what
that is exactly what it is. You draw closer to Quint. What is Quint saying as he's like in his trance? What does Severian think of Quint's trances, Travis? Do you have any thoughts on those like one-liners?
I don't. It's probably.
Let me consult my books. I just got to read the next passage.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up later.
I'm like in my he's sitting in his trance and he's like, must search brain, then read book, then do ritual.
So Quint doesn't wear glasses, but in this he's wearing glasses, like really right? It's boxy glasses.
And every now and then he's like,
yeah, perfect. He pushes them up.
What do we think NPC Garros is saying?
Garros is like, he's got he's wearing like a tie, like a really fancy tie, and he's like dressed even fancier than usual. And his tie is like
he's got one of those ruffle shirts.
Sure. Yeah, he's got like the ruffle shirts, like the really fancy puffy,
like a
white
pirate, like
shirts.
the Seinfeld ruffle shirt,
like Prince.
But that tie that he's wearing, it's like more of a noose of gold because he's so obsessed with like looking nice.
Wait, it's got to be silver though.
Sure, silver.
Yeah, it's got to be silver.
There's
but it's like a noose though. It's like extra shiny and it's like tied like a noose because he's so obsessed. And it's like looking good, like
right.
And there's one single, like tiny, minuscule, molecule-sized speck of blood on his frills or frolic or tie or whatever it is, and like he suddenly notices it and he gets very concerned about this tiny little speck of something on his clothing.
And it's got to be something like, "This is why I abhorred violence." Well, why'd you gotta go and escalate it?
You should have done this outside,
Yeah, stuff like
whining,
that, exactly.
Basically.
Yeah, and you're just
my furniture.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, he's just gesturing at all the broken shit. I just bought these. And you're just feeling very, very confused. And then a feeling that you experienced in this memory washes over you like a monsoon, and that is the feeling of guilt.
I think at this point I looked down, and Severin didn't actually do this, but he was ready to do this. He looks down and he's got a hacksaw in his hand, and these inspectors are just butchered, like they're like dissected and just in pieces, and there's blood all over him, and they've been like chopped up and put into bags ready to be like hauled out.
And you hear the voice of Archvailer Persithal in your mind and washing over this scene. My, you were going to not only did you kill Rust Brothers, you were going to brutally hack them to pieces. How interesting. What a strange character we have in our grasp. Tell me. Yeah, go ahead. No, you.
I was just gonna say, I look around. I don't see anybody, right?
No. My. Why do this? Why kill them? Why cut them up? Or at least plan to, and
I didn't
feel
do it.
Guilty a bit.
I didn't need to chop them up. I didn't do it.
Well, lucky you that circumstances saved you from having to perform such a grievous sin. This is why we all deserve to perish. Man is cruel and abhorrent, willing to do such terrible things to each other. You certainly will deserve what's coming to you.
Why shouldn't we do this to each other? If one man can overpower another, doesn't he deserve to do whatever he can?
Is that what you're thinking while
life.
also feeling guilty about what you're doing? Or
He's trying to justify it with himself.
Okay.
So yeah, he doesn't believe this shit, but this is what he's saying.
You're doing this to me and treating me like shit. So it's okay for you?
So Eric, do you think that you are convincing yourself, or should we leave that up to a roll, or are you just failing?
Yeah, I don't think he believes it, but this is just what he's saying. He's trying to justify it, but there's no chance that he actually buys it. He's definitely feeling guilty about it.
I remain unconvinced, and I believe you do as well. Well,
what do you know? What do you know about me? Oh, what you can?
That's exactly
some desires.
That's exactly why we're here, to learn more about you. And over the next day or two before the party, he is going to use his magic to probe your mind and learn more about you.
I'm definitely going to comply.
Okay. Yes, that was going to be my next question is, are you going to try and either, I use the term resist, not mechanically a resistance roll, but push back?
Yeah, so I think Severin's it's almost like a ghost of Christmas past. This is why I had to do this. This is why I did all these things. Look here, what happened when my mom died,
Yeah.
I didn't want this to happen. I didn't want to go down this path, but you forced me. You and the Rust Prince. I had no choice. It's total bullshit, but this is what he's saying. And as he's looking at different parts of his life, or whatever the Grand Veiler guy is looking at.
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually going to go down that path, because I think the kind of mental map, the breadcrumbs he follows, is he's talking to you about why would you kill Rust Brothers, and then he goes, wait, you're thinking about when you were a Rust Brother. No, not a Rust Brother, an inspector for the church, but you quit. Why? And then he begins to explore that.
Okay.
And he looks at because hold on, let me look at your backstory again. I'm forgetting some of the details. You gave someone up, right? It was Harker, right?
Yep.
You took a bribe from him.
He had a pretty sweet deal. Yeah. So Severin was a corrupt inspector.
Yeah.
He brought in basically what he would do is he probably had a quota of people to get rid of or whatever, or bring in. And anytime something big would go down, he'd go meet with somebody like Harker and say, all right, look, somebody's got to go down for this. Who's it going to be?
Yeah.
Depending on who you give me, I'll take, if you give me a lower guy, you got to pay me this much. If you give me somebody a little bit higher, you got to pay me a little bit less,
Yeah.
Basically, I let them pick who had to go serve jail time or who got turned in or who got sniffed out, basically.
So this is the justice of the Church of Rust. How poetic, it even rhymes.
I didn't choose this. I wasn't the first one to, enact this system. I just fell in place.
And yet,
like another cog.
And yet, you feel the regret of your actions. You know better. You instinctively, it's in your nature to know better, even growing up and being subjected to such things that you had no control over, but still you knew better. And yet, you chose to comply. And throughout this whole, basically torture, he is trying to break you and inflict emotional harm on you. And it sounds like you're just kind of
I think it's really successful.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna take a level 2 harm.
Sure.
And that is I don't know, what do you think is appropriate? Broken, defeated.
Doesn't he have a level 3 harm?
He does have a level 3 harm.
Oh, okay. I thought this would taking another harm advances whatever harm you previously had.
It's like Pokemon. You can collect them all.
Yes, you can collect them all.
One
if you're
each,
full on if you're full on level 1 harms and I assign you another level 1 harm, it goes up to a level 2 harm. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay.
So defeated or broken,
I was thinking
or
maybe broken or a shattered ego or something.
Maybe something like that. I'll let you pick.
His identity is just fractured.
Yeah.
What is the thing when you take too big of a trip? What is that called? Ego death?
Yeah, I don't think it's quite ego death. Ego death would be the self is removed and now there's just whatever.
Shell.
And I think that's what Severian tries to get every time he indulges on his vice. He's after that ego death because his identity is so fragile. But this is specifically going for his weak spot.
Yeah.
And, breaking down his tough guy attitude
and this trance powder that they have everyone in this room laced or high on is laced with the kind of stuff that makes you introspective, but it's also got a depressant in it to basically aid in making their victims feel not complicit, but
breaking them really.
Yeah,
they just deserve it maybe.
No, it's just defeated. Just make them make it difficult for them to act, to find motivation. And now he is on top of that, basically interrogating you and torturing you into feeling your worst. You deserve, he's trying to get you to feel like you deserve to die. Okay. So there is a moment where he is exploring your sins throughout your history and exploring the moments of choice. Because it sounds like you're well, I didn't have choice, I didn't want this with my, upbringing, with my parents, with my blah, blah, blah. He's going to revisit those moments. He's basically going to take the information you give him. And
so I think...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we get to the moment where in his early life, he probably never knew his father. His father was out of the picture pretty early, but he got the inspector job to impress his mom, and she was really proud of that or whatever. And he was he was taking care of her and putting most of his money towards that. And then she died, and that's when he a little bit later is when he quit. But I think we get this scene where his mother's sick, and he saved up money, and she gave him money to go buy medicine or hire a doctor, and then he just fucks off and gets drunk and high and doesn't buy whatever the medicine is, and she dies because of that.
Yeah,
because he was you know what, I don't want to take care of her anymore.
Yeah, and maybe that's the moment where he's gotcha, and you really feel it. And
but after that happened, after that little bender, when he came back, he was oh no, what happened? This isn't my fault. He lied to himself. But I think re-examining this makes him realize, oh no, I consciously did that. I'm responsible for that.
Yeah. So, and he's going to continue to harp on you and make you feel shitty. But there is a moment where he starts to lean in like the exploration towards like the, well, what are you doing now? And you feel him start to encroach on like getting at the information related to the party.
Yeah.
And I think there's another moment to kind of check in here and be like, are you just going to let him have control and follow that? Or are you going to try and convince him like in some way, like psychic way to stay off that topic?
Yeah, I think
like he starts to pull on a thread while he's got like a big ball of yarn. Do you keep him focused on the ball of yarn, or do you let him pull on a new thread?
I think I keep him focused on the ball of yarn, because like throughout Severian's whole life, he's always projecting, he's always like playing a character.
Yeah.
But when he's at home in the cargo, the freight container or whatever, he doesn't care, because these guys are all way more fucked up than he is. Yeah. He doesn't have to put on any airs. He doesn't have to pretend to be anything. Mm-hmm. So like he's still conceited about it and still has like a superiority complex.
Yeah.
In regards to them, but he doesn't like, they're not victims, and they're not somebody that he's like preying upon. So
yeah, he
kind of wants to protect them.
Okay. So how are you going about doing that? Like as if you were like actually physically in a room being interrogated by like a cop. Or how would you try and redirect or stay on topic?
I think I would just go deeper down the rabbit hole of like his family trauma and like his guilt about all the corrupt shit he's done.
Okay. Give me a
So
sway.
maybe like one of his first I was gonna say like one of his first cases, so like controlled standard, no bonus. Or should I be pushing myself for this?
So this is being forced upon you, so you don't need to push it. Well, actually, yes. If you are going to act and try and redirect him, yes, you need to push yourself. Okay. And this is going to be, it sounds like sway, and this is desperate standard. So mark XP and resolve.
XP. Yeah.
That's a 6. Wow, nice.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, so basically we see one of his first cases as an inspector where he follows like some lead and he knows exactly who's responsible for this, but he knows that this guy is like off limits. So he goes through an alley, finds some kid, beats the fuck out of this kid, and drags him back to the office and says like, all right, this is the guy responsible for it.
Yeah.
And the guy gets roughed up by, maybe he was caught stealing or something like that.
Yeah.
Or supposedly the target of stealing, and he gets roughed up so much that this kid dies. Like Severian didn't necessarily kill him, but when he gets brought back to the the prison or the other inspectors or his captain, the kid ends up dying basically.
Yeah. I think
and
I don't know.
You see like this locker room scene of somebody clapping him on the back and laughing about it, and Severian's like cold face for a moment, and then he just like laughs like, yeah, fuck that kid, like what a weak little bitch.
Yeah. And I think then in that moment you come back to your cold face in that flashback to that first case, and then your face kind of like fades into the aged up modern Severian who's being tortured, and you've got the same cold face as like you are successfully convincing this Archveiler who is probing your mind with magic that you're leading him on to think that he is still torturing you while you are feeding him the food that he's feeding on. But you're like convincing him that you're still like feeling tortured even though you've got control of the situation right now. Like you're like, yeah, oh fuck, yes. This moment, yes, this was terrible. Oh my god, no, let me convince you why I didn't have a choice here. And he's like just doing his evil big bad monologue.
So I think that's like the point where Severian kind of like breaks away from his like facade, and I think this is like a character defining moment where he's gonna be a little bit, he's pretty unstable already, but he's gonna be less full of himself and less like prone to just random acts of violence as like a projection of inferior or superiority or something.
Okay.
He's
Yeah.
becoming a little bit more real at this point.
Yeah, I like the like still keeping unstable but shifting it. I like that a lot. And the Archveiler does not learn about the crew, and so
Perfect.
and I should have had this scene before we went to the engagement roll, because if they had known you were coming and known about y'all, they would have probably taken even more precautions. So I think that frames this engagement roll, which was a partial success. You all start off in a risky position when we cut to the action. Bring up our intense music with people shouting. So you all are on scene outside the block of the Vale, and there is a large crowd gathered outside the Vale. People pushing in the doors, people crowded outside. It looks like fucking Black Friday at Target or Walmart or something on like the worst days. I think
drinks are being delivered to people outside not from the inside.
Yeah, there's like zips are like dropping
Mardi
people
Gras.
off like at the ends of the other ends of blocks. It's getting so crowded out here. Like people are bringing like to-go food and catering. Like street vendors are like, oh here, yeah, while you're rioting or whatever the fuck's going on. And I think that like this plan is working really well. They were not prepared for this. They were not expecting this. A lot of people showed up, demanding a party, and they are pushing back against people. So people are getting a little upset and angry. So inside, all of the Veilers and the bouncers in particular have their hands very full, and the crowd is starting to get upset. Are you all like waiting to see what happens? We actually didn't even go over what the particular plan was. It was assault, right?
Yeah, it's going to be an assault because I believe the plan was the party is like keeping them all preoccupied, and we can all go in on the assault, or I could be like on the inside curating the party, and then I see like somebody from the outside and get the signal to like, let's like take the party to an 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the plan is basically like fill this room with all these people, have some maybe a distraction, or just get it to the point where we can slip in like, a dozen guys who are armed to the fucking teeth, and by the time they realize there's a dozen guys armed to the teeth, it's too late.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Because we could go to our two new contacts that like, hey, where's the back door to this place? What's the knock that we need to like do to let them know that we're like making a delivery?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So there's so many people in the lobby. They pull the guys that are watching the back door or whatever, and say, hey, we need you up front right away.
Okay.
And that's when the crew comes in.
Okay.
Yeah, we do our knock on the back door of like, hey, we're making a delivery or whatever.
Okay. So the key detail. So every plan comes with a key detail you need to give me, and that is the point of attack. And it sounds like the point of attack is the back door.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's great. I actually would have given you even another die for that. Had I known
roll
that.
it again.
No, it's fine. Actually, I mean, if you want to roll 1d6, and we'll see if you get a 6 here. That's a 1.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Wait, is that a
You
1?
never know.
Hold on.
Roll. Oh,
Roll-
that's
Always
not
worth it.
correct. Actually.
Roll it again. That you without the space. That's a 2.
It's
Okay.
twice as good.
Okay.
Twice as good.
Wait, I thought if you hover over it, it tells you like.
I have no idea.
Weird.
I think I did 1d space 6 because I'm backed out
Yeah, that's
there.
what he did.
I don't know why it says rolling though.
Anyway.
Moving on.
Okay, so all of you, along with all of your cohort, are going through the back. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then
I think we let the party go in and give
Okay.
it time. We know that they're going to need to pull extra men to take care of this party and take control of that. So we give it like a couple of minutes, and then we're like, okay, time to go.
Okay. So I gave you all +1 tick on the Severianus sacrifice clock for attempting to talk through him, for talking to the doctor, and talking to the bouncer. I need to also give you one for the the whisper campaign. So I'm gonna tick that one more. So we're
halfway there, boys.
We're halfway there. Whoa.
So I tell the
Barbarian's gonna
boys
be dead.
he's
Okay.
gonna be a ghost
So yeah,
in a dagger.
exactly. So I want to show everyone on the stream this battle map because we're not going to be using it, and I just spent 15 minutes populating it.
I'm gonna be standing in the middle of the crowd. I got my pocket watch out. We synchronized pocket watches, and at the stroke of whatever time, top of the hour, that's when it's like, all right, like I like whisper around everyone, like now's the time. Now, like get it hyped, crank it to 11, crank it to 11.
Yes.
The party, like they thought the party had already started and people were being wild. Oh, we're going to the max here. So
Get busts out the cocaine
like
at this point.
if you want me to roll like a command or something, or if this is part of the engagement roll, like
no, I need to finish setting the scene. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's going on and go over some of the information we should have so I can frame this properly.
Yeah, it sounds like Garros is with the party and then we're at the back door, right?
Yes. So, the back door, so to speak, is arriving by gondola. As I mentioned, this floor is on the second floor, and they're kind of like underground. The Veiler operation is on the first floor, where all of the gondolas and the I am struggling
Zips.
today. Yeah, the canals. That's the word I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah.
Like on the like kind of first floor and basement level. So we're gonna switch on over to a completely different battle map that I have prepared, which is where those stairs go. And that is here in the kind of canal underground offloading area that they have like basically constructed themselves. There is a large warehouse-ish, small warehouse-sized area that is just packed full of crates, barrels. You can see some like bagged bodies, but you do not see any like captives here. What you do see are Veilers rushing down the stairs as you all arrive on your gondolas or boats or whatever you have. You all hop off on the docks, and Veilers come rushing down. You hear them shouting at one another. We've enacted the lockdown protocol and enabled. What would they say?
Order 66 killed
Yeah,
the
it's
Jedi.
basically Order 66. I just need to figure out how they would say this. We've the lockdown enchantment has been activated, and we'll be dealing with those who are left inside with the dream essence. What would they say? What do they call it? Basically, they have a bunch of dream. What is it? Dream essence? Dream dust?
Trance powder?
Trance powder. They have trance powder that is just going to like smoke bomb.
Like trance powder foggers?
Yeah, they're gonna. We are fogging.
That's awesome.
Yes, and they're everyone left inside is being fogged with trance powder.
So Baron's gonna be so jealous about how high I'm about to get.
Let's get. While the Archveiler is preparing our captives, let's get everything we can loaded up. And there are various Veiler cultists coming down, and they spot you on the docks after you've heard them say all this. And the Veilers begin to draw like batons and swords, and some of them are starting to cast magic. What do you do?
I immediately go to my tried and true, zap them with the frickin' lightning bolt technique.
Well, can we do a group action here? Can Alden step off of one of the or step off the gondola and lead like a command and lead just like an assault? So I don't know.
Yeah,
It
that's
wouldn't be
right.
everybody rolling command. It'd be would it be everybody rolling like their preferred encounter
So
way? I'm not really sure how that
you
works.
can command all the cohort you've brought with you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Presumably they have like ranged weapons,
Right.
so you can just be like fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
while,
good. I
while
like that better.
Quint does the same, or Quint can follow that up with lightning after your.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to go first, Severian, or Quint, like whoever wants to go first.
Yeah,
please.
I kind of forgot that we're coming in with like a group that's more than just us two. So that's what we brought them here for, was to help us like infiltrate, help get through this last line of defense or whatever. So I think I'm gonna like trust. What's the character's name? Sorry,
Alden.
Here.
Alden.
Range. And at this point, he's
to
wearing
command these men.
his creepy burlap miner's mask. But I have the leader special ability. So when you command a cohort in combat, they continue to fight when they would otherwise break. They're not taken out when they suffer level 3 harm, and they gain +1 effect and 1 armor. So basically, I'm going to command them to blow out their fucking eyes, and like stepping off the boat, like crossbows, axes, arrows, like everything just goes flying towards them.
Yeah.
While we're discussing this, has everyone chosen their load?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Sorry,
Yes.
really quickly. Everyone should choose their load. Don't forget, you can resist consequences of rolls, and you can use flashbacks. And then Quint, last time we described you feeling like thirsty when you were near a bunch of bottles of spirits. Something within you was stirring and making you feel like you wanted to consume them for some strange reason. That is something that has gnawed at you throughout this time, but over the last couple days, that
Subsided.
voraciousness, that gluttony,
Yeah.
almost
Voracity.
has subsided.
Right, but maybe be weary of it coming back if I find myself near a bunch of spirits again.
Yeah.
I see.
Do you think over the last few days, while this has been in like intense go mode, that you've tried any more practicing of like looking into your own thoughts?
Absolutely.
Can you roll me an attune fortune roll, please?
Yeah.
As the feeling subsides. Okay. Yeah. This feeling continues to puzzle you. The feeling of thirst and hunger for souls. You don't quite understand it. And you are feeling like something is actively. Hang on, let me think about this. What am I sharing with you? You're trying to understand this all better, and it feels like something is blocking you. Something that is not you. Something external is interfering, and you feel like there's a connection between that, like interfering with your understanding of this thirst, like within your body and your mind, as well as whatever is blocking you from being able to like really get into your own memories.
I see. Well, that makes perfect sense because I'm like the greatest at the occult. So the only way that I could not achieve what I was setting out to do is there's some force that's stopping me.
Yeah. So I would like to offer you, since one of the opportunities to earn XP is to struggle with issues from your vice or trauma, and you're obsessed with the occult, particularly occult that you can use. If you will take the level 1 harm distracted and have less effect on all your rolls this mission, you can mark XP.
I think that's probably very fitting.
Okay.
Do it.
Take the level 1 harm distracted.
Classic.
Oh, thank you, Coffee, for setting up the gamble. Will Severian make it? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
We've got a channel point prediction.
Ooh.
Sacrificed, safe and sound are the two options.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So, getting back to our action, Alden is leading the cohort in letting loose on these Veiler cultists. I'm going to start an 8-step clock to deal with the Veilers. Let me rename this one Veilers. And I will set it to 0. Oh, it didn't save that. Veilers, save. Okay. So that sounds like a command.
Absolutely. He's the general. This is his army.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you want me to leave the command, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cohorts.
If you are leading cohort,
Yep.
the only action that is appropriate is command.
Right.
And this will be risky standard.
Shit.
Yeah. Okay. So you fire. Oh wait, give me one moment to look at my notes on their magic abilities here.
Do you give yourself a +1 dice on that, or is it all of the people around you doing things? I didn't know how your ability worked.
So say they gain +1 effect and 1 armor.
I see effect in
So I
armor.
think like if you do something, they get increased effect.
Oh, they have. Oh, do cohort have help? I've never actually used cohort in combat.
However you'd like to adjudicate that, we can figure out the true mechanics another time. But whatever you'd like to do, keep the action rolling.
Yes, I would as well. Sorry for all of the interruptions. Okay.
Oh no, you're good.
So
you're
yeah,
good.
they fire a bunch of arrows, like crossbows and bolts. There's even like a spear or lance that gets thrown, and the Veilers just like one of them waves their wand, and there's kind of a gust of wind or maybe a hard light shield. I think I've described hard light shields in the Veiler toolkit before that blocks a lot of the projectiles. They have +1 effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you do still tick one of these clocks then. And in fact, I think on a failure it ticks 1 anyway, and then you get +1. So one of the Veilers gets caught in the leg with the spear, which the hard light shield is not able to block, and they're stuck like coming down the stairwell as the rest of the Veilers come down and get closer to the group. They are weaving magic and beginning to like sling spells your way. Everyone's like taking cover and firing back and forth. Who would like to go next? Quint, it sounded like you wanted to hurl some lightning as well.
Yeah, I thought about that. I was saying maybe that'll be more useful to use once we're inside. Like this is the first wave, right?
Yes.
Kind of is what he would be thinking. I take myself for heavy load because when else is it appropriate to go in like just completely decked out than to rescue one of your brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Nice.
So
the music's too loud. Let me know, folks. I'm happy to turn it down. I'll just poke it down just a little more.
There's a large weapon or an unusual weapon. I don't know what an unusual weapon would be. But I think Quint like unexpectedly brandishes like a big fucking axe. And he's fully ready to like scrap with these guys. And he just pulls it from behind his back and it's like he's just like I don't know. Like he just runs right in to get into the thick of it with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take 2 for a large weapon.
Nice.
And I'm going to start trying to hack these Veiler cultists to bits.
Sick.
I saw the hard light shield, and I think with this heavy weapon, I can just have enough force behind it. It's not going to stop this.
You're skirmishing with them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to assist you. So Alden's just like Quint starts to run up, and Alden just like charges forward into him and like dives into it, basically like throwing himself out there so Quint can come in and actually effectively attack them while they deal with Alden.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. You open up their defenses a little bit. They defend against you, opening themselves up to me.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a rec. Is it rec or scrap?
Skirmish.
Skirmish. Sorry. There's.
Yeah.
Okay. Wreck a place, item, or obstacle with Savage Force.
That's wreck. I'm doing skirmish.
Okay. You are trying to take out like a barrier.
Well, I'm going for the guy. I'm just seeing that this heavy weapon's gonna be enough to like give me the oomph to make it through this shield.
So I think you are gonna have to deal with the shield first because it's gonna block you a bit. It's also blocking all the projectile weapons.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's the same role for me essentially, so I don't know why I'm arguing.
Go
anyway.
for it. Yeah.
Risky.
So this is gonna be risky limited against the barrier itself.
Okay. Risky.
Limited,
but I get less effect. Is that where I?
Yes. So, you're already limited.
You actually get +1, -1 because you get +1 from being with Alden, and on effect, and -1 from.
Oh yeah,
your
yes.
farm.
Actually, they can push themselves to give you improved position. So like.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that then.
Yeah. So this is risky limited after all of that.
Okay.
Yep.
And no bonus die, right?
Correct.
Because it's the effect
+1.
instead.
Well, if he's helping to give increased effect instead of +1, yeah.
Okay.
All right, 2 dice. Here we go.
You got it.
That's a 3.
Shit.
Okay, so things go bad. You end up. Let's see. Where's my cheat sheet?
It's gonna be rough, guys. It's gonna be real rough going.
You got armor, don't worry.
Heavy armor.
Things go badly. You suffer harm. A complication occurs. You end up in a desperate position. You lose this opportunity. I don't think you've lost this opportunity. I think you're gonna take the level 2 harm singed as they are firing magic your way, and one of them, like from the other side, steps past the barrier. Right as Alden tackles into the shield to try and like help you do like a 1-2 to break the shield, and it just doesn't quite work. And while Severian is like recoiling and bouncing off of it, one of the cultists steps out and like starts going toe to toe with Alden. While one of the cultists continues to hold up the shield and is shooting at you, Quint, and then the third cultist is like firing at the cohort. So you take the level 2 harm singed, and you're both in a desperate position.
Okay, I think I'm gonna with the heavy armor. Is that like 1 tick off of the heavy armor to resist this?
1 tick per level of harm, and you would want to start with your regular armor first. So armor is has 2 boxes, and then heavy armor should have added, if you all have access to heavy armor, a second item that has 3 more tick boxes for armor for a total of 5.
Okay, so the plus heavy next to armor.
Okay, so really quickly, you all do have heavy armor, right? You got that from something?
That's right.
Oh yeah,
I made it.
yes, the tank armor. Okay, so that is in fact just a level 1 harm for you. The tank armor is super protective, so just off the bat by having it, it becomes a level 1 harm because of your
it wasn't
fictional
lightning damage.
Yeah. So you are in fact taking a level 1 harm instead, which you can still reduce by ticking a checkbox of armor.
Right.
So you can resist it.
Or you can resist
so that
it.
I'm clear. In order to wear heavy armor, I'm taking 5 boxes off of my load allotment, right? 2 for armor and 3 for plus heavy.
Right, but you're not going to check them off quite yet because until you have to spend the armor to do it.
Oh, okay.
So basically what happens is like you get shot in that spot and the armor just kind of like either like dislodges, or maybe it like armor is supposed to be like spent and it only recuperates when you go back to downtime.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So I'll spend 1 armor to just negate that harm then.
Perfect. The Veiler like scowls at you as he's like under your cloak that you're using to like sneak through the city and, you know, be kind of pass unseen as gondoliers. He sees your like super duper armor and he's like, oh fuck. And he's like, they've got armor. be careful. And the dude that's already stepped past the shield is like, oh shit, as he goes toe to toe with Severian. Garros, what are you doing? Are you participating?
I'm upstairs at the party.
Okay.
Nick. It's time to drop the beat. This is where they weren't able to like coat check everybody as they're coming in. They weren't able to pat everyone down as they're coming.
Okay.
We got implements on us for when the party truly gets started.
Yeah, let me tell you what's going on up here.
Yeah, of course.
Some magic has activated when they started to feel overwhelmed. One of the Veilers like muttered an enchantment amid the crowd that was like starting to get really rowdy. The doors and windows have all shut and are magically sealed. People are banging on the windows and door, like even ramming into it, and nothing is happening. Magic is protecting it. Are you inside or outside?
Oh, I'm inside. I'm coordinating. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, get in there. Yeah, do this.
You noticed, maybe if you had come to the Veil, you would have noticed all of the runes around the room, or maybe Quint would have, but you sent your muscle, who is not familiar with this stuff. There are runes all over the ceiling, and they have all activated. And there is trance powder floating all over the room, and everyone is inhaling it, including yourself. What do you do?
That's right. So I would, I automatically get the first 3 things on the list of items that don't count for stuff. Is that true? So
if they are italicized, they have 0 weight or load. So yes, fine clothes and jewelry, fine load,
okay, yeah.
Your own trance powder, and a spirit bane charm.
Okay, I will click those 4 and leave them clicked forever. Love
Yes,
that.
sounds
So
good.
I'm going to add on to this in my normal load a fine disguise kit. What this disguise kit has as I've been wearing a mask that has like like in our COVID times, we've learned to wear masks, and it helps like filter everything out that I would potentially be breathing in.
Awesome.
And also it helps disguise my identity, because I've gotten that from Skit, who's helped me with that. Don't just like walk around and show everyone who you are. Don't you want everyone to know who you are? You want to take pride in your accomplishments, but not this time, not tonight. And as that starts happening, I'm queuing off everyone to like start busting out like the their favorite implement for wrecking the place. I don't know if you want this as a command, like, now it's time to take this party to the next level, everybody.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That sounds like a command to me. So here, let's actually cut back over to the other map really quickly.
Yeah, your 160 click.
Yeah,
map.
no, this is good. So basically everyone out. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Let me. Also, I'm sick of the end game music. Let's just do all of the combat playlist. We're gonna get rap battle, aren't we? Nope, Clash of Kings. Okay, so basically, everyone outside is cut off. I'm gonna just like. Boop.
I can draw a line on them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. You got it.
I mean, it's all abstract.
Perfect.
I have this here as an aid, more than like an actual battle map. You're in here somewhere. The Veilers and Bouncers are like doing their best to deal with the crowd. They have also all pulled on masks over their faces. And they're basically just trying to, it seems to you, like bide time until everyone passes out. You came prepared. So you're gonna be fine. Oh, you did describe everyone getting their sashes though.
And like masks, and they're wearing like a scarf, so they could like tuck their scarf around them as like not a full deterrent, but maybe a partial deterrent.
Yeah.
People are dressed in costume.
Yeah, they have masks and they have these scarves. So I would like you to pay 2 cred, and everyone is going to just ignore this dust. As you yell, everyone, masks up! Get your weapons! Break through!
People are lifting people up over the people who are at the bouncer line and like vaulting them,
Yeah.
like, throwing them in. Like, it is time to fucking go.
If they were cars, they would be flipping them.
Oh my god. Okay, so give me a command.
command. I'm going to take my +1 from Nick in the chat
Yes,
earlier.
I will
And
redeem
I'm
that
going
right
to
now.
push myself as I want this to go like immaculately.
Yeah.
Do you believe that I get less effect for this from my level 1 harm? I have bruised and sprained ankle.
No, those do not come into play here. This
Okay,
is
risky,
this is social.
Or is it risky or desperate?
I think this is risky standard.
Great.
No, you have a dominant advantage here. You have numbers, and everyone came prepared to deal with their preparation with the scarfs. So yeah, this is risky great.
Love that. Okay, so I have +2 dice from pushing myself and getting that extra 1 from Nick. So
Yes,
I'm
I'm
gonna
also
here.
gonna start a 8-step clock for Veilers and Bouncers. They were gonna be separate clocks,
That's fine.
but since they have a combined effort up here, given the fiction, I think this is fine. So let me reset this
love that.
clock, 8-step clock. So yeah, risky great for you.
Let's go. Oh man.
Okay.
3.
Do you have any abilities that affect this, or does the crew have any abilities that affect this type of a roll? Let me see.
Each PC may add +1 action up to a max rating of 3. No. You get 1d on resistance rolls and +1d on healing. No. Teamwork, darkness, teamwork and cult murder, regardless of how you're separating. Speak. So like, I guess, like they could help by speaking through me. But
Okay.
I don't know how that helps.
So I think you're gonna end up in a desperate position. You still get 1
That's
tick
right.
on dealing with the Veilers and Bouncers because people are getting really rowdy, and you yelling is inciting them further, and they start to they're really starting to get violent with the Veilers and Bouncers. One of the Bouncers just gets socked in the face and is reeling. Another Bouncer and Veiler have to step in to help him. But because it's so loud, I don't think people are hearing you. Exactly.
Yeah.
They hear you
And it's all like a
yelling,
mosh pit.
but you're
Like a
yelling
mosh
along
pit
with
now.
everyone else. So not everyone is getting their masks up, and people start to pass out.
Yeah.
Or go into a stupor. You and the rest of this crowd are in a desperate position.
got it.
It starts to get quieter, so I think people will be more clear, but your dominant advantage of numbers is dwindling.
Yeah. How am I addressing that?
Yeah. What are you doing now?
I would go to the people that are closest to me that are in a higher position with their faction, and I need to have hey, you focus, let's go get your people together. It's too loud in here. And I've given them hand commands hey, you go there, go there, this.
Okay.
To convince them hey, focus up, man. We gotta focus.
Okay, so if you're going one-on-one, I think that this is still going to have great effect, since you're pulling someone in close, and also
Like
it's
the
less
leads.
loud now.
Listen to me, man. Get it together.
Yeah.
Get your people.
Yeah, I think you will still have the numbers for the moment, but that could change quickly. So give me
That's
a
right.
desperate great and mark XP.
Desperate. Great.
This is either command or I don't know. Command seems
because I'm trying to get them. Hey,
I think you're.
focus.
I don't know. I think if it's sway, it's
okay. Command or consort is probably better than. Let's go with command.
yeah. I think command is
I
appropriate.
love that. Desperate. Great.
Yeah.
You got
Let's
it.
go.
Would you like a devil's bargain or? Oh,
What
also,
would that
would you like
be?
to resist any of the consequences, like the dwindling numbers or?
Maybe after this roll.
Okay.
You would get +1d because it's a supernatural effect. So
This is not a supernatural effect. It's a drug.
This is a regular, just transpowder fog cannon.
Oh, okay. You said there were the runes.
What is
So-
the
The
devil's
runes
bargain?
released the drug, not.
Yeah, you know how they do
Okay.
snow
It's
like a
effects in
sprinkler
a
system.
theater. It's like snow effects
Yeah,
in a theater
it's-
where they
it
have it
is
all
a
in
sprinkler
box
system.
up top.
like a sprinkler system.
Travis,
Yeah.
you know all about
Oh man, I should have known.
Well, you're dropping balloons on people at a New Year's Eve, right? But with
Yes.
trans powder.
Exactly.
At any rate, what's the devil's bargain that you were talking about?
The devil's bargain. Ooh, let me consider here.
I got an easy one, but I don't know if I want to say it.
You should say it.
You could tick the clock on Severian.
I mean, that's true. It's taking extra time.
Yeah.
Nick is thinking hard, guys.
I want to save that one for some really desperate moments. Because of how poor this is going, it's going to offend / anger the hive.
Hell no! I'm just gonna start rolling here.
Okay.
I gotta.
And that would be -1. I'm debating
Right.
1 or 2 status with them. I'll say 1.
No. Oh no! It's too
Okay.
much. Too scary.
Okay.
That is a devil's bargain. I tell you what. I'm gonna just click submit on my 2 dice here, and we're gonna go with that.
That's
That
a
is
5. Okay. On a desperate 5. I have too many things open. Here we go.
Desperate 5, great effect.
Desperate 5, great. You do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer severe harm. A serious complication occurs.
I mean, I'm probably gonna get blindsided by something while I'm not paying attention to my surroundings.
Okay, so you're telling this guy hey, tell your people you're doing another whisper campaign since shouting isn't working.
I gotta go one-on-one. I gotta use hand signals. Hey, go get your guys, get them together and go that way. All of you go that way. I mean, you get your guys and you all go down that hallway and you do over here.
Your scarves.
Yeah. So people, the word starts to pass around, but the crowd is getting they're all pausing to take care of this and listen to one another. So the numbers are, if I had to put a number on it, 75% now. Some people just aren't getting the message. That you do some people are getting those up and then starting to engage in fight as well. So that's 2 ticks on the clock. But one of the bouncers, I don't know, are you in the back of the crowd or are you kind of near the front? Leading?
This has moved me all around, right?
Yeah.
Because I gotta go to
You're
this
getting
group,
jostled
this group,
around.
and I probably get singled out because they're like, hey, that guy's they're paying attention to the room.
Yeah.
They're not dumb bouncers.
So-
These are Koibu NPCs, okay? They know everything, all right?
Yeah.
We got
Throw the
Koibu
cup.
NPCs here.
Yeah. So I think any actions with the crowd are now going to have, well, they're still going to have great effect because you still got the numbers. But I think what happens is you get jostled around in the crowd and a bouncer reaches out and pulls your mask off.
Goodbye, mask.
Take the level 2 harm stupor or entranced. Yes, level
By the
2 harm
scorpions.
entranced or resist.
And this cannot be cleared by armor? Question mark.
No. Ooh. Do you
This is
have
armor.
special armor that would address this particular type of harm? Because
No, this is just the armor from the tank.
Okay. Oh, I don't like.
I mean, unless I flash back, but I don't. No. It would just be heavy tank armor in that sense. Unless I'm not using heavy tank armor and I use regular armor with the exclusion of you can't have heavy armor.
I mean, I guess you could tick off. You could tick off 2 ticks of armor and just you pull up your shirt or rip something off and tie it around your mouth. Yeah. Yeah.
Or he tries to grab on me, but as he grabs to the back of my back to grab me, he's just getting his fingers into
And
plate.
maybe he just pulls armor off of you instead.
He's
I'm
trying to,
fine. I'm fine with
armor,
that.
He loses his grip because it's smooth. He can't just he's not getting it, but it does take the ticks of armor.
You get your arm in the way, but he just pulls your pauldron off. Not pauldron, your bracer off.
Pauldrons are hero bracers. Yeah. I'm flailing with him, we're having slap fight.
Okay.
Get off me.
Mark 2 of your armor.
And that would be my full load in
yeah.
terms of all of my things that I get to have.
Yeah. And as you look around, you see a sudden war of attrition as everyone is getting ideas to rip each other's masks off. So we'll come back to that in a minute.
We'll sit on that, yeah. See what everyone else is up to.
Let's bounce back over to the other group. So you all are still on the docks. The most of your cohort is laying down cover fire, firing against this energy barrier without much effect. Severian, you are going toe to toe with some Veiler.
Alden, you mean? Severian is
Yes, I'm sorry.
out right now.
Alden,
Yeah.
yes. Alden, you're scrapping with this bro. You charged in. Do you have a weapon?
Yes, I have a large pickaxe.
Oh shit!
With
Oh, that's
an
right.
ornately carved
The
handle.
branch.
Yeah, the branch. Okay.
Yep. That's the fine heavy weapon.
He calls you a dirty coal miner, and says you will be sacrificed for our great magics, and
Bring
to
it
the
on,
benefit of
bitch.
Vale. And he like begins to swing a sword at you.
Is this can you describe like this shield, like this magical force field or whatever it is that
Yeah.
they're using?
It's a lot like, you'd see like a deflector shield in like Star Wars or Star Trek. It's just
Yeah.
like a barrier of light that projectiles seem to repel off of, and you like ran into it full force and you bounced
Yeah.
off of it as well.
So I've got this special ability called Not to be Trifled with.
Ooh.
You can push yourself to do one of the following: perform a feat of physical force that verges on superhuman, or engage a small gain on equal footing in close combat.
Oh,
And I think
nice.
this is a situation where I can use the superhuman strength to perhaps destroy this force field.
Yeah. So
So
yeah.
in the book it says if you perform a feat that verges on superhuman, you might break a metal weapon with your bare hands, tackle a galloping horse, or lift a huge weight. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe it's just like the pickaxe straight into this force field and it just like shatters it or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can push yourself and then give me some sort of check to not, like, as you're both trying to destroy the barrier and deal with this dude, like, not get wrecked by
Yeah.
his sword.
I will. I'll use wreck because like he's coming in and like, just throwing people off of him while he's doing this.
Yeah. I think wreck will definitely, like, just destroy the shield, period. Given that you're pushing yourself to do that. But it's going to have limited effect on the Veiler clock. Because you're like focusing all your efforts on destroying the barrier rather than also fight the Veiler in front of you. So that will be risky great. Or I'm sorry, risky limited.
Right. So if I use skirmish instead, to maybe like just rather than specifically go after the barrier, maybe it's like to kill the guy that's using the barrier, like to just fight right through it and I don't know, pierce him in his skull or something like that.
Yeah. In that case, I think it would be desperate standard because
I'm gonna go with that.
yeah. Because you're trying to focus on two things at once, both fighting and like absolutely wrecking the barrier.
Right.
But you're
I'm
gonna
gonna try to help out with that by taking, getting the attention of the other guys. I want to basically allow Alden to like get a full good wind up, and so I'm trying to keep the Veilers kind of off of him as he gets a full wind up to swing heavy, hard down on this shield.
Okay. And how are you getting their attention?
I'm in the thick of it with him, right there. So I'm just I'm swinging wildly with my axe, dangerously. Like I'm not striking,
Flailing.
Yeah.
I'm like flailing it, so they have to watch this thing. Like, oh fuck, that's a sharp fucking axe flailing around, and I can't predict it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Savage attacks. Or wait, what's the barbarian move?
Reckless attack.
Reckless attack.
Whirlwind.
Yeah.
All right, they're gonna get advantage to
thinking
hit you now,
Diablo.
Travis.
Beyblade.
Oh yeah. The better barbarian.
Okay.
Well, maybe not.
Quint, take 1 stress, and you get +1d. That is a 5. Mark XP, Alden, for your desperate move.
All right.
And then a 5 on desperate again. So yeah.
Those sixes are coming, guys.
Yeah,
They're just
I
stacking
hope
up.
so.
They're stacking up a queue.
This is revenge for all the 6s we've rolled.
Those 6s are going to be just like this party showing up at the door.
Yeah.
They're just going to push themselves right in.
Yeah. So, Alden, you get your good windup while Quint is covering for you. You just absolutely smash through that barrier. You get to put 2 ticks on this clock. I need to move my GM screen back over. Veilers is going to tick forward 2 more times as you smash through, and the covering fire becomes an attack and takes out the Veiler that was focused on that magic.
Perfect.
Quint, you're still, like, he was focused on firing his magic at you. You're still going to take a level 2 harm blasted. Severian, you're going to take a level 3 harm slashed. While Quint gets shot and he is down for a moment, unable to cover for you, you get struck in the back as well. You both can either resist or protect yourself with armor or suffer the harm.
I will mark down armor.
Okay.
So that's 3 ticks, right? The normal armor and then 1 tick out of the heavy?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to use my special ability, Warded. I may expend my special armor to resist a supernatural consequence or push myself when I deal with arcane forces.
Okay, Mark, so that also ticks 1 box of armor, but you ignore both levels of harm because
it's my special armor use. So
yes,
I use up my special armor and then
yeah, I'm still trying to figure out exactly how special armor works, but I think it still ticks an armor box. But every box of armor, you get to decide if it is regular armor or special armor.
Well, special armor is only given when you're with specific abilities. Like, abilities allow you the special armor, and then you can use it for that ability or whatever.
But I thought this like spending special armor still cost you a tick of armor to use. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, and I definitely don't feel like I have a firm grasp on armor.
Special armor is not a physical thing that you're wearing or anything like that.
Okay, so then you can only use it once.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's gone.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's the shield spell, kind of. Like, you just throw a shield up, a magic shield or whatever pops up, and boom, that kind of thing.
Okay, gotcha. Because the last line of the special armor on page 54 says, if you don't have any special abilities that use special armor, then you can't use that armor box. And I guess that's not clear. For each character...
I think it's talking about the armor box under armor uses.
Oh, yes, it does say that. Okay. Yep, you're right. All right, go. Sounds good. You've got me convinced. Okay, I'm going to remove one of the Veilers. Alden, you've used your armor, it sounds like.
Yep.
Oh, I spelled your name wrong on here. Whoops. Alden with an O.
Oh, whatever.
There we go. Okay, so you have spent 2 armor and then 1 of your heavy armor on that attack. Excellent.
Yep.
Okay, so there's a Veiler back on the stairs who's injured. I'm gonna say he's out of the fight. He's just like weeping over his injured leg. Meanwhile, there's this cultist like swinging a sword, getting ready to contend with you, Alden. And Quint, there's another Veiler here, but he ducks around a corner and runs down a hallway because he's about to get shot with a bunch of arrows. And the Veiler who's left goes, fuck. Well, prevail, and he charges forward at you, Alden.
All right. One second. All right. I was trying to find. Never mind. So I basically, as he's charging at me, I'm gonna command him to get on his knees and beg for his life, and just like brandishing this giant pickaxe, like basically like setting a charge. So he's like coming at me, so I'm like ready to just pierce him with it, but I just shout out at him to submit.
Okay. Give me a risky limited command.
Sure.
telling you, those sixes are queuing up. They're about to burst down the door and rush on in.
That's a
There you go.
6.
Boom.
Okay, that is 3 ticks of this clock. Oh, that's the Severianus sacrifice clock. Whoops. Let's go ahead and take.
Man.
I commanded the wrong thing.
Nope. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Careful what you asked for.
He
Yep.
like charges forward and then he like looks at all of the backup cohort members that are running up behind you with all their like crossbows loaded and a couple with swords drawn now, and he's like, he just stops and he's like, "You'll really take me alive?"
I like tap his boot with the pickaxe and say, "Get in the fucking boat." And I just point over my shoulder back at the docks. We have no reason to kill you now.
Ooh, what would he do? He drops his sword. He puts his hands up. And he begins to walk forward.
Yeah, I got the pickaxe down, like ready to be brandished, but I'm not holding it at his throat or anything like that.
Okay. He begins to walk past you and the cohort members. And one of them says, "Put him in the boat."
Yeah, tie him up. Make sure he doesn't take off with it.
Okay. All right. He
Let him know when we're done with this gig, he can go free.
gets led to the boat. Quint, what are you doing?
I think I charge forward, eager to get to Severian as these Valors kind of parted ways. And there's this like kind of wider hallway. The cultists like ducked into like a side hallway here, so maybe I run up around past this like kind of wooden bridge thing, and I check down that hall to see if there's like a stairway or something like that.
There is not. There is a corner, and you hear, like I think you were close enough that you would have like you'd turn this corner and look down the hallway, and you see like the robes of the Valor turning a corner as well.
Okay.
He's fleeing, or going somewhere.
Yeah.
But the stairwell that they were all coming down, in the obvious like big stairwell, you could have seen, and it's this way, not the way this Valor ran.
Right.
So, which option do you pursue? Also, again, it's worth mentioning that to your north, I know it is not depicted here because this is just the map I have, but this is like a huge open area up to the north. There are just crates and boxes. There's bodies wrapped in rags and bandages. There's like a lot of weapons laying in a pile. There's piles of robes, and many items over here as well. But you can't, like, there's no captives there as well.
Yeah. So we saw them come down this large, obvious stairway.
Yeah.
Initially.
To the west. Yes.
Okay. I mean, if they were keeping like important sacrifice victims somewhere, they would keep them protected. So it makes sense that they would come from where the this important ritual was. But it's weird that this guy is ducking down a random hallway. Because you would think that if you're being assaulted, you would want to go and protect the ritual.
Yeah.
So I think Quint is going to try to follow this cultist.
Okay. You follow the cultist, and you see him, like, you turn another corner, and he is, like, on a little, I guess, not beach, but there's, like, a little landing of stone, and he is pulling off his robe, and, like, getting ready to dive in the water. He sees you, and he, so he's just in, like a shirt and shorts, and he, like, has a dagger, a ritual dagger and a hilt that he pulls out and goes, "I'll fucking kill you, you swine!" And he rushes forward.
Okay, not if I kill you first.
He was getting ready to dive in the water.
Okay. Well, you said that he charged forward. I thought you meant he was charging forward towards me again or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. But now I'm like, would he just dive in the water? Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think he dives in the water.
Yeah, I can understand. He turns around and he pauses, and he's like, "If you come closer, I'll fucking kill you." But his desire is like to leave right now, right?
Yes.
I think as soon as Quint sees, okay, he's not running to the ritual or whatever. He's just running away. Quint will like abandon that and go to head for the stairs.
You leave him be. All right. Let's then cut back up to the top side as the crowd is. Some of them are beginning to pass out, and there's this exchange of pulling off each other's masks. Garros, what are you doing?
There's mask confusion happening in here.
Nice.
What I'm doing is looking. I need a flashback. All right, there's lights and the show happening above my head. I don't know what's happening. We need a flashback to a conversation that I would have had with my good boy Phasm.
Okay.
Those runes look, familiar, right? And the conversation would be about, hey, Phasm, runes. I need to know more about them. I don't know anything about this magic stuff. You got the lightning, you got the coins, you got the runes, you got the power. But what if someone else has the power and we need to like turn off that power? Is there like a switch or something? Is there?
Yeah, and I think the conversation is like the camera flips to Phasm like drawing the runes that he knows, which is just like a small handful. And he explains like what each of them means, and I think with rune magic, one of the ways to kind of disable it or fuck with it is to like damage the rune, right? Damage the shape or alter it in some way. So perhaps there's some runes that it's like a sort of like B shape, or like it's an R. So it's like a straight stick, and then you got the top of the R, and then another leg sticking out here. But if you just draw another line here, it turns into a B, which makes it mean something else.
What do you like just draw a slash through it? Like I don't need to turn it into another room. I'm like, so if you just like slash it or exit, like you're probably gonna have better luck with just turn on them off.
Yeah. Yeah, so like
just like anything else, if you damage it sufficiently, it'll just stop working.
Right. You need to alter the rune so it's no longer what it was before. So like whether it's with Xing or just altering the shape, like instead of drawing a large X, if you have to do it with a chisel, you just do a small line here. That's easier.
You see this like knowing understanding of like, oh, okay, I get it now. And then I turn to the DM and be like, how much stress does that cost me, DM?
At 0.
0. Fantastic. That's what I love to hear on my flashbacks. I look around the room and I survey the room. I notice that the windows are permanently shut. I notice that the door is permanently shut. Do I see any runes on the door?
Yes.
I turn to like one of the people next to me that I know the best, and I grab like what I tell them, give me like this thing, and I go and like scribble on the rune to like turn it off so I can open the door. We get wave 2 coming in.
Okay.
And I want to like do this like oh, they're distracted over there. Okay, yeah, give me your thing. Give me like your knife, your blade, your like whatever you got. Like yeah, just keep you, and then like go over and scratch at it.
Okay.
Like sneakily.
Pull this
so like they don't come by and are like, hey, yo, stop fucking with our shit.
Okay. Let me take a look at the actions really quickly and their definition.
Thinking of a prowl.
Prowl
But
about
if it's not that-
unseen and traverse obstacles. Climb, swim, run, jump, and tumble.
I kind of want to be unseen while this is happening because I don't want them to stop me in the middle.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
already like loud enough, but I don't want to be making like big slashing actions to be like, look at me, I'm over here doing the thing you don't want me to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Now I sound like a cartoon character for some reason.
Yeah. Give me Ooh,
Risky?
it's chaos in here.
It
What was
sure
what was
is.
the last roll I made you make?
Let's scroll up and take a look. Gyros, command, desperate.
Yeah, this is going to be desperate standard.
Desperate, standard, prowl, submit. No bonus dice. That's a 5.
That's a 5. You do it, but there's a consequence, blah, blah, blah. So, I'm going to go ahead and mark 2 more ticks on this clock. Bonk, bonk. I think you do it, and you mess up the runes on the front doors. And you see, like, kind of a dark, basically, like, the door looked like it had a dark filter over it. And, like, you could see people outside, like, pushing on it, but the door was just remaining petrifiedly rigid. Like, it was not shaking or
An
moving at all.
immovable object.
Yes, it was immovable.
Like
And
it was immutable in time and space.
Yes.
And now,
And now that the effect is removed, and the doors just burst open, and you are gonna suffer the level 3 harm trampled.
good thing I got that heavy armor. I'm going to take off the rest of it.
Yeah. Okay. And the progress, it represents there are now a lot more people flooding in, and it's just a matter of time before they overwhelm the bouncers and veilers here.
And I just tried to make myself flat against the wall.
Yes.
Yeah, come in, everybody. Good to high five. Good to see you. Put on your mask. Wear
Yeah.
a mask.
Now, there is one other consequence that happens, but first
You got
I
it.
need to cut over to Severian really quickly.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do.
All right.
Severian, you feel like your plan is working. You are keeping this guy off of the good information, and suddenly he seems distracted.
All right.
He seems suddenly very disturbed. His thoughts are very disjointed, and he suddenly starts asking, "What do you know of this crowd of people? What's going on?"
He just asked about
Literally
a crowd
nothing.
of people.
Yeah. What the fuck does that mean to you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So I think he thinks back to one of the early shopping sessions with Garros where they went into like one of the fancy areas of town, and because they were buying stuff to go visit Lord Skurlock, they like bought an outfit or something, and him and Severian just being by himself like a fish out of water in this like fancy area of town, just surrounded by people who are much better dressed than him, and he's like completely out of his element here because he's a nobody at that time. He didn't have his symbol of authority by being an inspector or whatever, and that wasn't like his jurisdiction. So when he thinks of a crowded place, he just starts trying to convince this guy like, oh, the crowded streets of where was it, like
Alderstone.
well, yeah, Alderstone, obviously, but
All
what's
these
the
people
one?
have too clean of hands. Your hands are like, working man's hands.
You're thinking?
Yeah.
Are you thinking of like the Charter Hall or Brightstone District?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was
Brightstone, I
Brightstone.
think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to I guess I want to convince him that like the focus on a crowd of people has something to do with the streets of Brightstone, and like Severian's torture or whatever for this aspect, like because he's still playing that front, is him being like what do you call it, imposter syndrome, like in this moment or whatever, because that's how he actually felt.
Yeah.
But he's trying to convince the guy that this crowd or whatever has something to do with the people of Brightstone.
Okay, if you're acting,
Which is just totally not even.
If you are continuing to act, well, you kind of.
That's
if you're
the
gonna,
relevant answer you would give.
You're kind of saying
'Cause
like
not
I'm going to
trying to throw
continue
him off.
doing what I've already been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a. This is going to need to be a sway.
Yeah.
If it, at least it sounds like you're describing a sway.
Yeah,
To
definitely.
convince him that this completely unrelated thing is in fact relevant to him.
Right.
Give me a desperate limited, and mark XP, in resolve.
All right, let's go.
That's a 4. So, what is this? And I think what you buy is time.
Okay.
With your success, or at least your partial success. He's like,
But maybe he gets like a glimpse of Garros or something like that.
he's like, what crowd of people is this? What does this have to do? The masks. Tell me about the masks. And he's convinced that this is relevant for a time, as you kind of lead him on a wild goose chase. And eventually he's like, what? No, this is irrelevant. And you are suddenly out of, like, you are still in your stupor, but you leave this like fever dream that he has you running through. And he begins to pick you up, like he picks you up with one arm. Like he seems to have supernatural strength. He just picks you up with one arm, draws his sword with the other, and I don't know if Garros would see this, given how he's now in the back, but Archvailer Persithal is now carrying you through the crowd. He gets behind the bouncers and the Veilers, who are getting just like beat the fuck up. He touches them, or he sheaths his sword again, touches them on the back, and they like suddenly seem like they're hulking out. And he says, "Get me out of here." And I'm gonna tick the Severinus sacrifice clock 2 more times.
Hell yeah. I'm getting down to the wire.
Yeah. Okay. We can go.
No, buddy.
But Nick, I thought he bought time. Was it only one
Yeah, he
tick?
took 2 instead of 4.
Oh, true.
So these ticks are actually in response to your roll, Garros.
No, that's true. No, you're good.
So if you'd like to resist that, I can subtract those.
We'll wait on resisting. I got a whole pile of stress here already. So.
Excellent. Okay. So you see these Veilers and Bouncers have been magically augmented and empowered, and they just begin shoving people out of the way like they are like light
Comically.
comically like they're mannequins, and they just begin to ragdoll, and they are making their way for not the exit but the stairwell to downstairs. What do you do?
Beautiful.
And I'm also going to start a new, this is going to be a 6-step clock this time for Archvailer Persithal.
Where
It's so
are
tiny.
the stairs that they are going to?
Sorry, here, I'll drag this on
here.
here.
Like, yeah, they're going here.
Let me
okay.
drag this onto the map layer. This is my arrow to remind me where the stairs are. That's my note. That's my note for this map.
Stairs are here. Yeah, I love it. So yeah, I just want to know where he's going from here to here. Like, cool.
Yeah.
So I was making myself flat against the wall, and while I see him come out and he's giving his like speech to his boys and he's touching them or whatever, I'm just gonna shift my way to that stairwell and push people forward because he hasn't empowered these bouncers over here. So like I'm just prowling through the crowd. I gotta like get down to that whatever's happening at that stairwell over there. He's eyeing that stairwell. He's going that way. I'm going that way.
Okay. So the risk of getting harmed with Prowl is less, but your effectiveness at pushing through the crowd is going to be reduced as well.
Yeah, it's more like dipping, dodging, and weaving, and being like a fly on the wall is like my idea here. But there's something down the stairwell, And like, if I can go, muck up whatever's happening down here so we can't go this way, that's gonna be my best chance to not get run over, because I'm already like pretty fucked up from what's been happening.
Okay.
So I'm running out of resources. This is my idea to move forward. I'm gonna click you a prowl here.
Give me risky limited.
Risky limited. Click and submit. 0 bonus dice. Go.
That's a 3. Yeah, you're you're not going to be able to push through the crowd.
It's too much. There are too many people in here, really, because the crowd from the outside has like started coming in.
Yeah, especially as the new crowd's coming in, it's just
some people are passing out from the original crowd.
Yeah.
Garros is just too good at throwing parties, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's me if we wanted to flash over to the other team.
Yeah. Well, I do want to resolve. So if you are trying to break through, I think it'll be important to establish whether or not you beat the Archveiler, who is like on pace with you. So you have one more attempt to try and break through.
The breakthrough is I still want to like is it still like raucous in here? Is it still loud?
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
Okay, so talking to the people around me is like not gonna really be doing it. There's like there's just like so much going on in here. So I'm gonna go with the same roll again. It may sound boring, but there's like not a lot else. Garros feels a little out of his element now because he's like, man, I can't like talk to people. Like, what's going on? Where are my boys? What's like they're downstairs? Where are they here yet? I don't know. Does that lead downstairs? Does that lead upstairs? Is there a different way out? I don't know, but I got to get over there.
Yeah.
So he's just still like on the same. He's got horse blinders on, and he's just like, I got to go on the same path.
Okay. Give me a desperate limited.
You got it.
And mark XP.
I'll mark it twice.
Come on, Garros.
Ooh. Nope.
Okay.
My roll's been
yeah.
for today.
You see Archveiler, Percethal, carrying Severian along with some bouncers and Veilers, just like continue to shove their way through. And the Archveiler like commands the bouncers and Veilers like support them. Hold this crowd while I escape. And now you have even more Veilers and bouncers in your way between your objective.
Yeah, the wake. If you wanted to mark down on that clock, put it back to like 3 or 2 or however many you want to mark it off on.
Yeah, they're kind of reinforced, so the Veilers and bouncers are going to go back up to only 3 ticks.
That's great. Yeah, I think that's brilliant.
So even though there is way more people, like that dominant advantage is netted out by the fact that these bouncers and this Veiler are like now superhuman.
They will fight in the shade. It's fine.
All right. So going back down below, you all are beginning to head up the stairs, or at least you're looking up the stairs when... sorry, I'm just getting myself oriented here. When you see Archveiler Percethal come down the stairs. Where's my Severian clock at down here? It's at 6, right?
Yeah, it's at...
Yeah, it has 2 ticks left.
Okay.
Whatever that looks like.
All right. So you all are... I think, Quint, you said you were heading up first. You begin to walk up the first 2 stairs when Archveiler Percethal comes around the corner, holding Severian, who's just like ragdolled, like. Do
I have a chance to like step back around a corner or something real quick? Like I see the flutter of a cloak or something.
Yeah.
Or you hear the clatter.
Ooh, you're gonna try and get the drop on him?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Look into one of these little hallways or something.
That is going to require a roll to be quick and do it. That it sounds like a skulk to me.
Prowl?
Or sorry, I'm getting my terms mixed up with.
I was looking for
Scum and
skulk.
Villainy.
I was like, man, it was right here.
So close, Nick.
They are. Why don't they just use the same ones? Yeah, give me
the same one.
There's like two copies of it right in front of me too. All right, yeah, give me a Prowl Risky Standard.
Okay. And I've got something I can push myself to do that'll be more useful if this fails, I feel. So I think I'm just going to roll straight up.
Okay.
You said risky standard?
Yes.
Okay.
He catches your eyes as he comes around the corner, a menacing stare and scowl across his face as he locks eyes with you. As you like begin to move, and you realize like, okay, I've been made.
It's too late.
Yeah, whether or not
Yeah.
you do go around the corner is up to you. But he sees you, and he immediately like whips his he grabs his staff off his side and he weaves it around. And there is now a magical barrier in front of him, a lot like the one that the Veiler had created. But this one is far more impressive. You can like see within it like a pattern of runes that are clearly visible. It even looks thicker to you, harder somehow to your vision. Nope, Alden. You like are right next to a bunch of the cohort members that just begin letting loose fire. And all of the arrows and the arrows all stick in the shield and just hold there. And then he like swivels them around. And they,
Oh, shit.
he's preparing an attack. What do you do?
He's fucking, he's gonna matrix us.
Yeah, Quint, you can get out of the way of this, but he is targeting Alden and the cohort.
All right. So he's got like this magical field he has takes up like the whole hallway or the stairwell or whatever, right?
Yeah, he is completely like
All right.
protecting himself.
All right. So I think this is what. Yeah, I think Alden's just gonna he's gonna shout out, "This is it, boys! This is why we're here! Let's get them!" And just like lead a charge. Like we're just gonna try to brute force this with our fucking bodies, like to
God.
basically dive into this shield. And you know, if an arrow's right here and he's gonna shoot it out towards us, like, I mean, if we're pressing against it, how much force is it really gonna have to be a projectile against us, right? That's how he's thinking, I suppose. You close the gap before he can shoot us.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that doesn't work, but
Okay. So
Old man Alden, he knows his thing and he leans in.
yeah.
okay.
So
So
I got this whole crew of people with me, and I feel like we just have to charge them.
okay. So you all are gonna try and just run through the fire, the ballistics.
Yeah, it's the gunman situation, right? We got a classroom filled with people, and he's only got so many bullets in his magazine. We're gonna get him.
Okay.
Because Dan Brannigan.
All right.
Yes.
So is this a like command?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I'm commanding our
The group. Okay.
core.
Yeah, you're commanding them like go forward. Ho!
I mean, I'm leading them though. I'm right
Yeah.
up there with them.
Okay, give me a command, and this is going to be desperate standard. Mark XP for resolve.
All right. You want to push? Can I hear a devil's bargain for this?
Ooh, let me hang on.
One more tick on the Severian clock.
That seems pretty good here.
I would totally take it.
I mean, you're the one.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be me. Like, if somebody has to take this, it's gonna be me.
He sees you charging.
There's
he pulls
one
out his
other
sword.
like super massive thing in my back pocket. I don't know if I want to pull it though. Yeah, one more tick on the Severian clock.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay. I think it's appropriate to like give you that option.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And we're charging him. I mean, he's behind a force field. He has all the time in the world to do something about it.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got 3 dice with that bonus dice. And I think that's it. So let's go. All right, I've got the heart of the cards here.
That's a 6,
Six.
my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, that extra die coming in clutch.
Yep.
All right, you all charge forward. The arrows do take some people out. We're going to have to decide later who die, like if any named NPCs die.
Okay.
Most people, like, it was a good choice. Like, he just seems to loose like the arrows kind of broadly and not very targeted, and rushing was a good call because a lot of the arrows sail over everyone's heads. but a couple people get caught and are either out or killed. But you all rush forward to the barrier and just start hammering away on it. You've already spent your 2 stress for superhuman feats, and you've got a gang with you. I think you all are able to like get him to completely focus his magic on the barrier. He can no longer attack you.
Okay.
I will also point out Severian can push himself to act.
Oh, okay. So he's got Severian over his shoulder,
and he's got his staff
in one
and
hand.
he is like,
okay.
you know, like in that moment of Harry Potter where Harry and he who must not be named are just completely focused on their interlocked wands. Yeah,
so,
like he's got nothing. He can't do anything. He cannot act. He is stunned.
Severian
effectively
wants to finesse this guy's dagger out of its sheath and stab him in the back with it.
Oh shit!
Like it's probably not a killing blow necessarily, but
with that dagger,
maybe. Yeah, well, yeah. He like Severian's thinking, all right, here's a weapon, boom, distraction. But if it's fancy special,
I feel
dagger,
like that's really suitable. And more, I think it's the most dramatic way is Severian's action follow-ups after Quint's action, because I feel like if the situation gets resolved because of what Severian does, that's going to be like the best outcome for this little story. And that is like absolutely
ironic.
Yeah. In the end he saves himself, but we provided the opportunity for him to do so, right?
Oh.
Right, exactly.
So
okay.
I'm thinking you guys just like bum rushed this guy. He's focusing all his might on his shield and keeping it up. Quint steps behind the group, and the camera kind of is from the BBEG's perspective, looking at this crowd of people, and then like through the heads bobbing and weaving, you just see Quint's stone cold eyes staring into his. And I'm going to tick a stress to use my arcane sight ability.
Okay.
Take 1 stress to sense beyond human limits. This includes a like hear the subject's true thoughts or feelings or whatever. What I want to attempt here is to just fuck with his head a little bit. Just get him to I'm trying to get his mind to waver, to break down his shield. Like I'm trying to distract his focus off of it, channeling his magic.
Isn't he like a book you're reading? This is just a book you're cracking open and learning the magic.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, he's going to do a little bit of that too. But right now it's like distract him. But while I'm in there and learn a little bit of arcane secrets, you know?
That's an interesting pattern. Take that. Yoink.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought...
What do you think, Nick?
Sorry. So you're trying to do your ritual on him, it sounds like.
No, the arcane sight, which is something
special ability.
Okay.
Yeah, special ability.
Let me look at that really quick.
There's so many of them. There's 8 per character.
Oh god, I'm looking at the wrong game.
No wonder he kept calling out sculpt checks and stuff like that.
No, I just pulled up music, but I was in the wrong tab. I think I just started a audio track in Birds of the Shore.
I'll check the music.
No,
fine.
it's not playing. I just was in the completely wrong game because I was looking at something else for music on the grid. That's what I want to be playing.
No music is playing for Grim Streets right now.
Oh, no, this is way too techie. Sorry, folks.
Well, there you go.
Okay. That's my, like, will he hack it in time track that I found and haven't had a good opportunity to use in season 2 yet. Okay. Are you able to... Can we link... Yeah, arcane sight. Take 1 stress to sense beyond human limits, hear a true thoughts or feelings, see in the pitch darkness, sense the presence. I don't think you can affect him. I think you can understand him with this.
Okay.
Like, I don't think you can speak to him with arcane sight and try and get in his head that he and have him sense you and
Okay.
yeah. I think this is
so what if like he notices Severian start to like move a little bit, and this can be the way that he like assists him in his finesse roll by just like shouting out he reads the guy's mind. He shouts out the dagger is on his left hip or something.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think what you could do though, Quint, is you can spend the stress. I think what you can do is spend the stress, hear what he's thinking, and make. I don't want to just like give you an answer, but I think this is really cool. Like,
Okay.
say
I
what
trust you.
he's thinking, or hear his thoughts, or look into his maybe not his memories.
His next move.
But
I try
yeah.
to glean his next move.
But like declare what he's thinking about. Like say, like maybe he's thinking of a spell to do, and you're like, he's gonna do this, and it just like gets him off balance. I think
no, that's perfect.
I start literally this is what Quint tries to do. He digs into his mind, and instead of distract him from within his mind, Quint is reading his thoughts and he's feeding them right back to him like audibly. He's just Quint's just out loud saying everything that this guy is thinking, staring at him cold dead in the eyes, disconcerting him and getting him to waver.
So I think effectively what this is you're taking one stress to get an improved position on a roll. So I think what you're gonna give me is a sway roll. I need a new.
Okay. So taking one stress to get in a
to look
position.
into his mind.
Right. Can I push myself? I have no dice in sway.
You can also push yourself. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to push myself. And that gets me effectively 1 die.
Okay. Is anyone
not disadvantage?
Can anyone assist somehow? I don't know how you could here with this particular action. Is there like a crew ability?
There's a Skit shouting through his mouth.
No, I think like he's repeating what he's like reading his mind and like speaking it or whatever. And Alden's like standing right there, notices, and just starts like shouting commands based upon what this guy's thinking or something.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Like, Quint is like relaying it to him, and then he's relaying orders to the crew to like, we're breaching the right side. He's putting all his efforts there. And on my word, get the left side, or something like that.
Okay, so either this could be an assist from Alden, or it could be a group action, I think.
Oh, I like
group action.
Okay. So Quint, it sounds like you're leading the sway. Then Alden would also roll sway, and we would use the single highest die roll. But if either of you get a 1, 2, or 3, for each of you that does, Quint will take 1 stress.
Okay.
Which looks like if you both fail, Quint, you would.
Yeah, I've got no dice in sway, by the way.
Alden, you could also push yourself to take a die, or each of you could also look at a devil's bargain.
What's the devil's bargain?
Well,
this is all up to you. I'm just trying to present the options.
So Alden has to do sway because I'm doing sway, right?
Correct. Or it sounds like he's using command.
Yeah, that's kind of how
I think
was
you're supposed to
it.
technically all be using the same action, but I don't care.
Are you sure this is not a command?
So
command obedience,
okay, so
intimidate.
Here's the other thing that you could do. Alden could just make a command. Oh, but you're doing this first is the problem.
Yeah.
Because he can do what's called a setup roll to give you either improved position or effect.
I think
that's fine. If we want to have Alden do a command first.
Sure.
To potentially.
So I think what's going on, it's more like so Quint is like speaking this guy's mind. Alden starts like relaying it and starts giving commands, and this guy starts panicking and he looks at Quint, and that's when Quint like does his sway or whatever.
This wouldn't be in a tune because I'm using the arcane forces, whatever. No, I guess not. But I'm reading sway, which is charm, logic, deception, disguise, and then command says intimidate or threaten.
Yeah. It sounded to me like you were trying to like convince him, i.e. logic, that you're in his head and that he is at a disadvantage. Like you're trying to convince him that he is not in a dominant position because you know what he's going to do before he can do it.
Yeah.
The part of sway that I could see it being is the end where it says change attitudes or behavior with manipulation.
Oh,
Yes,
all right.
exactly.
All right. Yep.
You're trying to
Should've kept reading.
manipulate him. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. That at least that's where I was coming from. If I think attune could be, I think attune would be limited in effect, but it would be, or I'm sorry, it would be more desperate because it's going to be harder for Alden to understand the gibberish coming out of your mouth because you're getting deep into like, I understand the magic that he's about to do.
Yeah.
And you're trying to relay the magic, which you understand because you're a fucking nerd, but
Right.
Alden is not.
Yeah, I mean, you start speaking Latin. Alden speaks Spanish. She catches a couple words maybe from just being around the block.
Whatever
he understands spaghetti.
Yeah, whatever you pick kind of frames like your approach to this, and
Right.
that really tells me like how I have to decide based on what skill you are using to do this thing, like how appropriate is that, and what are the ramifications of you applying those skills to the situation.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So-
Okay, I think it's okay to
Mhm.
I think it's okay to do a sway. It does make more sense,
Okay.
and it sounds like that would help Alden out more.
Yeah. Do you should we pair this with a command from Alden, or do you want to do a group action? How does
I would definitely like the idea of Alden doing a command roll over Alden doing
like
a sway roll
It's like a setup.
Okay, it is a setup roll.
setup.
Okay.
Even
There
though
we go.
technically you should be acting first,
Yeah.
Quint, because you're
Yeah, I know.
you're initiating this. But
All right, I'm
I'm a
gonna
fan of y'all.
push myself.
okay,
Just
Okay.
controlled standard, or is it risky?
So do I have to roll the setup, or is
so
it
Alden
all
rolls
him now?
first, and this has the
Mhm.
potential to improve your position and or effect.
Okay.
On your sway roll.
Right.
Okay, so Alden, this is going to be, I think this is just risky standard for you all. Ooh,
Double
that's
six.
a crit.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Finally.
god. So yeah, I think you two are acting in concert really well. And just the sudden rush, like it just is immediate. Like Phasm, you just begin barking like what he's thinking, and Alden is just like, I'm there. Like let's do this.
Yeah. It's almost like we're
without-
all connected in one mind.
Like, I could also see it in a position where Alden's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying and how this is supposed to help. Please do something, not whatever it is you're doing, nerd."
He's
but-
been around the block. He's
yeah.
worked with these fucking weirdos before.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a hot moment for y'all.
I think Severian would have no idea what's going on right now.
Yeah. And yeah, so I think Quint, for your sway, I think that this is I think you're in a controlled great position.
Hell yeah.
I think
Excellent.
both are improved from a crit.
So controlled,
Yeah, controlled great. Like
I have one die, and I push myself to attain it.
would you like a devil's bargain?
I would definitely like to hear it.
I have 10,000.
One more tick of the clock.
No, I have 10,000 points for you that I'm going to spend. Let me go click that button.
Oh shit.
Oh,
What are you doing?
Chat helps on the next roll.
Oh,
Click,
there we go.
redeem.
Okay.
Oh, give
All
yourself
right.
a plus.
I
So it
can
gives me
still
two.
I'm happy to still offer
Yeah,
a
you
devil's
still-
bargain.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
The Veiler that swam away is going to act and do something.
Oh shit.
Oh,
I
that's
knew he was gonna
good.
do something.
Or the one in the boat or something. Yeah.
Do it. Take it.
I
Take it.
love it.
That's good. Yeah, I'm taking it.
Okay.
All right, so that's 3 dice.
All right. Let's do it.
6s, come to party.
That's a
Hell
6.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. You get in the Arch Veiler's head. I'm going to tick the Arch Veiler clock 3. he is just going to continue to be stunned. Like, he can't do anything. And he is completely distracted. I think this also basically sets up Severian to act as well.
So I think
yeah, go ahead.
I think in this sense it makes
what?
So I was saying like finesse earlier because he's got to like try to pull the dagger out, but I think it's more of a prowl. Like he's backstabbing this guy.
Yeah.
With his own dagger. I mean, you know, the role is the same with either one, but
yes,
he's conscious enough. He's gathered enough of his wits to realize the gist of what's going on here.
Yeah.
And he just sees like the hilt of this. What was it, like a bronze? Or no, it's the obsidian dagger, right?
Dark, black, runed dagger.
Yeah, he just sees it's like some shitty dagger, whatever, and he just grabs it and is gonna stab this guy like right in the kidney with it.
Yeah. The Archveiler is like entirely focused. Quint is shouting, he's considering casting darkness. No, a teleportation to leave. No, he's gonna turn into vapor along with Severian. No, he can't do it. He can't concentrate enough. He's stuck. He's considering fleeing back up the stairs to his companions.
Between all that, Quint stops for a second and just says, I have you now. And then he continues and...
Can I hear a devil's bargain for this one?
Ooh.
The last pie slice.
I accidentally cut myself.
Oh my God, no. The last pie slice. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. Travis, you had great effect. And on a 6, that means you get 3 pie slices plus great effect, so you get 1 more. So
excellent.
Severian, all you need is a 4 or a 5 to finish off the Archveiler.
I got pretty good odds.
My devil's bargain is if you do not complete this clock, he will kill you.
You know, he's going to take that one.
This is a saber die.
I know Eric
basically.
too well. He's going to take that
This
one.
is a saber die.
Oh, man. Saber die. Saber die.
Now,
yes.
I believe you're going to have great effect here. However, you are also labored, which is going to counteract that. You have less effect. I'm trying to decide whether you are feeling depressed or defeated here. Do you think after all of that torture, Severian is feeling like he is worth living right now? I mean, given that torture and what is happening with your friends and all of it, like, what do you feel like that depressed and defeated feeling applies?
I feel like the depressed or defeated would be the explanation for why he's even exposing himself here. He feels like at this point he realizes, oh, his friends came in here to save him. Like, why the hell are you guys doing that? It's completely not worth it. I might as well do the only worthwhile thing I've ever done in my entire life.
Okay.
In trying to save my companions by stabbing this guy.
Okay.
So I think in this case, like it's almost like a self-sacrifice because he doesn't value his life at this moment.
All right. So it sounds like you want to use finesse or prowl, probably finesse, or either one, and you have this. Yeah, because prowl is like ambush with close violence, a backstab, throat cutting. Okay, so prowl makes sense to me.
Yeah, definitely.
And it sounds like that is going to be desperate standard because of the balancing out of the effect levels.
All right, and the one bonus die, let's go.
Is there any way that I can help? I know we did this kind of like set up for Alden, but can I spend stress to help his role here?
How are you helping in this moment where he's reaching for a dagger?
To give it like a dramatic moment.
He busts out an organ and starts hitting a couple notes.
Jesus Christ.
Crackling lightning from his fingers.
Sax. There you go. Okay,
I'll perhaps Quint sees Severian start to move, and he sees Severian has like some sort of pause. And Quint will call out, let me get the words. Do it, Severian. Who else is going to show Surlock who's powerful?
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Take 1 stress, Quint. Severian, +2 die.
All right.
Desperate standard.
There you go.
That's
a crit.
fucking crit. Oh
yeah.
my god. So
I had to save it for the last moment.
That was always the way this was going to
Maximum drama.
end.
Oh, it's not
man.
over yet, guys.
Yeah, it's not over yet, but this Archveiler might be over at least. Maybe.
Yeah, go ahead and describe it. So he's holding out his staff. He's gripping you. Describe this, Eric.
So Severian like wakes up. He kind of, he's hunched over. He's looking upside down. He's like, why is Quint standing on the ceiling again? Oh, wait a minute. He's not. And then, he gets his bearings and he starts looking around and, he's hesitating about whether or not he should even be involved. He's like, what the fuck are they doing here? I'm not worth any of this shit. And then Quint calls out to him and he's like, oh, fuck. I promised myself if I'm going to be somebody, I got to take out Skurlock. And then he just reaches down for this dagger, pulls it from the sheath and just like stabs like 3 times into this guy, in like the back of this Veiler, like right where his kidneys are.
Yeah. I think on the first stab, on the first stab, you drop to the no, that was not going to work because you're not going to be able to stand up. Well, maybe you are. Do you think you'd be able to stand up if he just dropped you?
Maybe like cling onto him or something because I'm like wrapped around him. So maybe he lets go and like my feet bash into the stairs or something.
Yeah,
but I've still got like my arm on him.
Yeah, so he like tries to drop you, but you grab him. You stab him again. His other arm goes down, and the shield disappears. He like instinctively reaches for the hilt of his dagger. There's nothing there. You stab him again, and he falls to the ground. You collapsed on top of him. You suddenly hear a shift in the sounds coming from the crowd up above, which you probably would have been able to hear this whole time, like murmuring and shouting up above. Suddenly you hear cheering. And then suddenly you hear shouting. Two screams. And they are coming from the boat behind you. These 2 Veilers have committed ritual sacrifice. And they both what we see is the boat has flipped and there is red in the water. And that's where I'm going to leave that because of the sensitive nature of that.
And they're like, later.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So they're gone. And Severian, I would like you, having critted, your reward for critting is you can reduce your stress by 3.
Oh, nice.
You feel pretty good about killing your torturer. I like that, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want you to know I've used 17 stress this session between these 2 characters. Something like that. No, I'm sorry, 15, not 17.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 15 stress.
Okay. So you have this moment where there are dead Veilers lying around you in the water and on this landing halfway up the stairs, right as it turns. You all reach Severian, find him alive, although covered in the Archveiler's blood. And
trans powder on his face.
Yeah, he is so doped up.
He's got a glob of it right on the corner of his nose.
As I presume Quint, who's the closest. Well, no, because Alden and the
Alden
crew
was right there pushing on the
right
dude.
there. I think what the first person. Okay, here's what happens. Garros comes down the stairs. As soon as the Archveiler was killed, his magic broke on those three hulked out bouncers and Veiler. And the crowd, those were the last three the crowd needed to deal with at that point. They managed to push through now that they have mundane strength, and Garros leads the charge through, although he looks battered the fuck up as well.
My clothes are all ripped. You see the armor underneath, and I'm just like, about damn time. Come join the party.
Who reaches Severian first, do you think?
I think Alden probably reaches Severian first, and then Quint goes to gently push him aside and goes to help Severian up.
Yeah. Alden, I don't know. I don't mean to characterize Alden, but I'd imagine he's just he checks on it, Severian, and he's like, he's good. And then stands back up.
Alden rushes up, sees Severian, and it's just get out of the way, and grabs the Veiler and drags him out of drags him away from Severian and make sure that he's dispatched and that he's not going to be casting any more spells. His primary concern is the threat of this guy that was casting magic. He cares about Severian, but not. Yeah. You got to deal. You got to deal with the problem before you can really,
Right.
Yeah.
You're the muscle. Your job was to deal with the threats. This guy was a threat. You're making sure he's dealt with.
Right. So yeah, he just tips Severian over, it looks like he's alive, and then drags the Veiler down the steps.
Nice.
And checks him and makes sure that one's dead.
Yeah. There are lots of bandages in the pile of goods if you need any, but it didn't sound like Severian suffered any physical injuries, at least.
Yeah. So I think Quint comes up to Severian and he goes to help him to his feet, or at least halfway up or whatever. And he says, "Come, brother. We have a welcoming party ready for you. Welcoming to our new home."
When I've been partying for 3 days, can I just get some rest?
Not yet. Come now.
Severian just sighs and accepts his fate. And the second round of torture begins.
Garros, Belle comes down the stairs next. She was also in the scrap with you. And she's like, Garros, yeah, so there's a lot of people really injured. But other people are are we still gonna party? We kind of just killed everyone who runs the establishment, or at least knocked him out. What do you want to do?
It is time. The Master of Ceremonies has been, I've been belaying my duties to running this fine establishment. Gather the crew. We shall be serving up this party. But the first party is with all these bandages. I pick up one of the crates and hand it to her. Let's get people in shape for partying.
Okay.
So hand it up the stairs.
Alden's gonna you run down the street and grab Sawtooth and have him come to the Veil and start helping out to bandage people up and stitch them up and stuff.
You said what happened?
Alden's running to get the doctor guy.
No.
Sawtooth.
Alden, what did you just say happened down at the Veil?
Oh.
Alden, what I don't understand what you're saying.
We had a gig down there. We stormed in, we went in through the canal, killed a couple of Veilers before they caused too much of a problem.
My God.
We need your help right away.
Oh, okay. All right, little Timmy. And he puts a hand on the shoulder of a little 6-year-old boy. Listen, your fever is going to have to wait because this guy, and he points at you just bloody and sweaty and slashed in the back. This guy needs my attention. You hang in there. And he just grabs a bag and walks out with you. Okay.
Sorry, kid. You'll be all right.
His mom nuzzles him against her breast and is like, "What? I'm paying you good money, Sawtooth."
There's blood coming off the back of as they're walking out and just leaking, and he's leaving bloody footprints.
like-
Maybe I don't Karen out here in this
Yeah,
moment.
Sawtooth's like, you need looking after? He's like, oh, I don't think it's my blood. I'll be all right.
All right. Well, let's get at her. Okay. So it sounds like you all are taking this as your new turf, your new hideout.
It's our new hideout.
Okay.
And I will split with the. So I had called out the red sashes, and we'd like to split some of the earnings. But also, I would point to our magic user, Mr. Phasm. You should check everything he had on him. He is the perfect vessel for magic and for your next studyings and learnings. I don't know what that staff is. I don't know what's in his gauntlets when he touched people and turned them into hulking giants of beasts that could wade through crowds of people like they were water. You should find out everything you can about it. We should also go through all the bodies, all the weapons they had, anything they had on them that has any trace of any amount of shapes or symbols or what you were talking about before. I don't know. You know the magic stuff, but please take what you will, and then we will divvy this up with our newfound brethren. Maha and crew were here. Red Sashes were here. Whoever else is the enemy of the Veilers, but not our enemy.
We had the Dockers with us too, I think.
But
I'm pretty sure they're the ones that they got minced by the
Dockers came in on the boat.
deflected arrows. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple dockers.
I imagine out of all of this, there's got to be a few people that are just like, oh man, this crew knows how to party. This was awesome. And like, that's how we kind of bolster our ranks a little bit.
We get some rep from it, some notoriety,
Yeah,
some more heat probably.
I
from
know.
it.
Yeah, it's like
I think we're
10:30.
getting a lot of heat from
Yeah,
that.
let's go over this really quickly. I'll just go ahead and play some.
This might not even be our new hideout because it's a hot spot. Like we drew attention to it.
We are putting our rank 2 crew on the map.
Is this the track I want?
Also,
Because
look at
we
this
can always hide
warehouse.
again. We got that ability.
Yeah.
Warehouse.
This gives us like a canal setup too, though.
I don't need
Before
to
we
tell you
had dock
from the third
access.
floor, right? I don't know if there's a third floor, but
It's just the roof.
like the vault. There's a vault that leads to a small room up top, and it's like a looking out area from the top. The vault is actually like up some stairs as you open the vault. What the fuck stairs?
It's just a chimney.
The dustiest attic you've ever seen.
But it has all of their stashed away whatevers.
Their old family photos.
It has a sweet, sick telescope at the top of it with a dome of glass around it.
Pointed at the red, one of the
At the
largest
red
red
star.
stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No wonder they're so insufferable. They're all into astrology.
What's your sign?
All right. This is not quite the victorious song I was hoping it was. One sec. I think this one is.
Mr. DJ.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
all about taking crew stuff and making it our stuff. Your stuff?
Yeah. I think
I'm the crew leader now.
among all the
Yeah.
looting and seizing of new goods and property, there's a lot of like not forlorn. What am I looking for? Just
Somber.
somber, but like
Melancholy?
I think it's positive. It's like a tired we did it looks, and like we are brothers. Like we've been through some very serious shit, and now we like know we've got each other's backs, even in the deepest of shits. Yeah, and I think there's like Jara comes in really late that evening, like hours after the partying has like calmed down and gone into a little bit of a yeah, she brings coffee. She's in a suit, and this whole bar and den is just like wrecked, and she just looks around and she's like, and who has been like Garros, you've been kind of cultivating that relationship.
I am hopped up though. I'm behind the bar. I've been like cleaning it and being like, "Oh, my first customer after our party's over." Like,
yeah, you can see her looking around like, "Oh, I would, I helped fund this soiree. I would love to add this to our collection of buildings." And you were like, "Wait a second."
I have behind me a banner that says like the All-Seeing Eye or something.
Yeah, you point, and she's like, "Okay." And then she like finishes her coffee and hands like you the cup to fill with like some either very dark brown liquid or very, very clear, strong proof liquid.
Yeah.
And she sits down at the bar with you.
As there's people passed out around us, but I'm still just like, I'm the new proprietor. Oh man, what's next? I haven't slept. I'm like popped up on whatever. Well, it might even just be further to adrenaline, but she had time for like a business meeting at 10 a.m. Oh, maybe they've slept. Like, oh, I'll just like come in and we'll have breakfast. But Garros is like out of his mind. He's like, Maha, we did it. We got the bailers out. We undercut them in the legs. We came in from the bottom. We had a huge party before. Oh, it was the greatest thing ever. And I'm like talking her face off. She's just probably like sitting there nodding. It's like, oh, this is like TMG, like too much Garros. It's too concentrated down. Like, oh my God. Can we dilute this some?
Oh my
man.
God.
She just
Gotta water him down.
Quietly sitting there while he's still going on. Like, and he keeps getting distracted from pouring her a drink, and he's like, oh yeah, and another thing. And he's like not pouring her a drink. Like, just
I don't think she minds. She's not in a rush to get her drink. She's just like, okay, yes, continue, Garros, please.
Our negotiation with our friends. I did all the talking. She's just like,
hey,
I don't even notice that she's not.
I have a
talking.
question for you. Does Belle know you're a demon?
Does Belle know? No, she does not.
Interesting. Even Quellen and the rest of the Sisters of Heem found out in like a group meeting in the living room, and she still doesn't know.
For them to find out, but you know. And Maha may or
It's
may
okay.
not
They're
know.
gone anyway now.
Yeah. I think there is a very quick shot of the camera on her face as like you're talking off Jara Maha's ear, and she looks like a little jealous.
We'll talk about that later.
Let's see. Anyone else have any like?
She's like my underling, and I'm not coming to her. We're not the bros anymore. We're not broing down anymore like we used to. There's
Yeah.
like one tier.
Yeah.
She like walks back to her bunk.
She like
Or
she
whatever.
finds like some Valor quarters, and she like just tosses some Valor shit on the floor, and she just sits down, like snuggles up against the pillow, and like just sips something, and she just has her arms folded.
the slowest of tears like across her face. We
Yeah,
had something.
there was something there, maybe. We'll see.
You're ignoring your relationships, Garros.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Alden is standing in the bar exactly where that bouncer that he like coerced earlier was, and he's just like standing like just like this close to nodding off. You know, he's assumed the bouncer position like during this whole party. He's not partying or anything. He's still on the job.
He's fallen
He's
into his
walking
old
over. But he's just about to pass out.
Yeah.
It's way past his bedtime.
Right. And
yes,
we see Quint. He's got the dagger or the did he say the
or get a whole bunch of stuff on him.
the Archvailer had a staff? Yeah, he's got like the staff in one hand, and he's sitting at a table, and he's got a journal open. He's writing in the journal. He's studying the staff, and he's looking at each rune, and he's writing it down. And he looks at the next one, writes it down. And he's trying to get their orientation the same way. And he's just kind of going through studying all of this. And once he's done with this, he knows he's going to go to that doorway and start looking at those runes and starting to write those things down.
yeah.
Right
He's
down
looking
the
at the
scratch.
stone on the
You write the
staff.
scratched one down. You're like, what the? That's a weird shape.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm just sorry. I got distracted because I'm looking at Severian's friends, and like 3 of them are dead.
all that.
Because Roland Valeris was the owner of this. He probably would have been one of the Valors.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh my god. You need to come up with some new friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
Marion probably thought that from day one. I do need new
Yeah.
friends.
Let's go over XP really quick. So Severian. Did you address
Yes.
any tough challenges with deception or influence? Yes. Mark XP. Again, you can mark them in playbook or insight, prowess, and resolve. Up to you. Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background? Yes. Mark 2 XP. Great role play of Severian's backstory. I'm glad we were able
Thank you.
to really get
2
into
XP
that.
for just that
Yeah.
particular note, or 1 XP and then 1 XP again.
Just he did it multiple times, so 2 XP for that particular.
Okay, 3 total.
So 3
Yeah.
total.
Got it. Yeah,
And
I'm just
did you struggle with
Thank you.
issues from your vice or trauma?
A little bit.
Yes. Mark 2 more XP.
Central theme of this
Oh,
episode.
yeah.
Yes, a heavy Severian episode. I'm glad we finally had one.
We all indulged in Severian's vice.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, you did.
Quint,
See, it wasn't so bad, Quint.
did you address a challenge with knowledge or arcane power? Yes, Mark 2 XP.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
The bit where kind of peeling back a little bit of the behind the scenes things with Quint's
touching the ghost.
melding. There's some sort of force blocking him from getting the answers he's seeking within his own mind.
Oh, right, yes.
And blocking
And
him from
you took distracted. That was the thing. So yeah, Mark ooh. Oh, I don't know if I was tracking you having less effect on rolls. Oops.
You did,
we
except
talked
for
about
maybe like the last one.
Oh yeah,
which,
that sway actually should have been reduced to standard. That's fine. The crit would have made up the difference anyway. So
yeah.
Mark XP for that.
For beliefs, drives, heritage, do I mark 1 or 2 for that?
You can mark 2 for that.
2 for that, and
And
then struggle with issues was the condition of me taking the distracted.
And talking about your melding and some other stuff.
Oh
We
yeah,
touched on that.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
So there's like 3 total so far. Were those anything else?
5 total so far. 2 from the first thing.
2 from the
from the
second,
second
and
thing,
1
one from the last.
Yeah.
There you go. 5.
yeah.
So you
Well
also
done.
get 5. Garros, did you address a challenge with deception or influence? Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh my god. Mark 2 XP. Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
Probably my drive to be the like face of the party
Yeah,
and to
yeah.
like run the show, but like not a lot, not background and not like the rest
Yeah.
of it.
Okay.
But, like my drives of to like
Yeah. So take a 3rd XP, and then issues with vice or trauma.
not really. I mean, I have a trauma of soft, so this is like, yeah, I'm throwing a party. It's gonna be fun. But then
Yeah,
it's still
I think
not
so.
violent.
You were like, we could go. Well, and you like focused on that rather than going with the assault team. So I think
Yeah.
that's an expression of soft. And then luxury, not really.
Not really. Well, I get this new place. This is luxurious compared to my container.
Yeah. Although I think, wait, weren't the masks and the scarves your idea?
That was more of like a
Yeah.
planning. Yeah, that was just like
I
a
don't know.
planning
I
of the,
still
like,
think that's like a
You spent coin on that to make sure that
Yeah.
everyone was looking
Yeah.
nice at
Yeah.
that party.
take.
You color coordinated it.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
So,
Yeah.
so is that 6 or 5 for you?
I wrote down 4, but if you want to give me 6, like I would.
Wait,
take
how many
6.
did I give you for the
I think
second
that
one?
was-
1, I thought for the second one.
Okay,
2 for the
then a
first
total
one?
of 5, because 2 for the first,
Oh, okay.
1 for the second, 2 for the third.
I mean, I was in my mind. I had 4, so you're gonna give me 5. Hell yeah,
5.
I'm in.
Take 5. All right, and Alden the Cutter.
Oh, yes.
Did you address a challenge with violence or coercion? Mark 2 XP, please.
All right.
You were very violent and coercive.
Good.
Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background? Yeah, retired.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was trying to play it like as a professional, as like a hired gun, and
Yeah.
you know.
I think you did that quite well as well. So mark XP for that as well for 3, and then vice or trauma. Your vice is your son. That didn't really
Yeah.
come up. So yeah,
No.
just 3 for Alden.
Sounds good.
Great. And then let's take a look at the crew.
All right. Let's see that wanted level.
All right. Well, let's do XP first. Did you advance the agenda of your
we already got
deity
the one.
or embody its precepts in action? Yeah, killing a bunch of Veilers is 2.
Getting the Veiler out of the city. Nate.
Yeah, Worm hates the Veilers. Good job. Did you contend with
Oh, yeah.
challenges above your current station? Yes, mark 1 XP. Did you bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one? I'm just gonna mark 2 more XP because this has been such a big deal. Did you express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew? Yeah, I'm gonna just mark 2 more XP. This was just amazing role play, very grounded in interpersonal stuff. I loved it.
Yeah.
Okay. I do want to get to our entanglement. That's I need to know what we roll for that.
We can also, we can do
prep.
entanglement, and then we, as part of prep, you can do like whatever we found in this location.
Yeah, I have that written down as Valor magic stuff.
Start with that next time,
Yes.
right? Like we don't have to go through that now. Like,
Okay. Payoff.
we can do that as a payoff, like next time, right? Where you decide how much they had in their vault, and how much we give away.
Oh, yeah.
How much we gave away, because there's not like a super big payoff, but there's like 1 coin from like Worm, because we like finished a thing.
Oh yeah.
I'm still listening. I will be right back.
Yes. Okay. So the offertory. This was an occult operation. So you all gain 2. Everyone gains 2 coins. So here's what I'd like to do. The crew has 3 coin. This would bring it up to 5. Everyone, including Alden, take a coin, and I will give one to Jeremiah as well.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, and then I'm going to stick 6. Woo. Yeah, I'm gonna just grant the crew 6 more, including what was in their vault. I was gonna put 6 in their vault, so that's a total of 3 coin. I just put 3 more coin in the crew. And they probably would have had some cash on hand. So in fact, I'm gonna make that the crew now has 4 coin and 1 coin in the vault.
Nice.
So yeah, that was a pretty decent payout. Now, the Dockers did do a lot to help you, and as we pointed out, they were kind of the front lines of this. They are definitely looking for compensation.
Yeah.
But it also sounds like y'all are moving, so this will be the last time you pay them.
Oh, we're happy to like compensate them.
Yeah,
Okay.
I heard 1 coin to me is what I'm supposed to mark down as well.
What?
As you said, everyone take 1 coin while I was stepping away.
Yeah.
Yep, I've marked that down. Yeah, to pay the Dockers out, absolutely.
Okay, I will
And if I
pay.
have to pay that out of my own pocket, that's fine too.
I will. Can anyone offer 1 from their vault?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the
Like 1 full coin or 1 tick off of the
1 tick from your vault, and the
Yeah,
other
I'm fine with
tick
that.
from the vault will come from the crew. All right, they've been paid off, and now heat.
That's where the fun kicks in.
What? Okay, was this loud and chaotic or wild and devastating?
Is
The
there
loud
anything higher?
chaos was just the party, right? I mean, does the party maybe cover for a little bit of the violence that went on?
Okay.
It was
all
all
the
about
violence
to
is in the
within this
basement.
building.
I think
The
wild.
violence was also upstairs. There's violence
Yeah,
upstairs.
wild and devastating
true.
would have been the building was destroyed. So
Yeah.
this
It's
is
a good
loud.
thing Skit wasn't here.
Yeah, loud and chaotic. This is 4
They just thought it was
heat.
Mardi Gras, like Mardi Gras was happening
Mhm.
outside.
This was a high profile target, +1. This happened on hostile turf, +1. +1 if you're at war with another faction. I mean, you started and ended a war.
Yeah, not anymore.
and this
Well,
was the faction, and
This
the faction's
wasn't
no
all the
longer around.
Valors, but they're gonna scuttle. They're done. They're not sticking
Yeah,
around. They don't care about revenge. So I'm just gonna leave it at 6, and then if killing was involved, which it was, add 2 more heat. So that is 8 heat, y'all.
Yes.
2, 4,
Where's the "this is
6,
fine" meme?
8. You know what? There is someone who is particularly interested in what just happened, so I'm gonna give y'all some more heat.
Hell yeah, brother, turn it up.
Because yeah, I'm not gonna reveal my hand quite yet, but yeah, y'all are going up to wanted level 2.
Oh my god. Up to
I
the
mean,
water level 2 in one
We've
section.
turned,
we did
we've
it.
turned the crank to broiler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we need to, like, Alden could go to jail for us. He was involved. We would just have to pay him, and I feel like we'd have to pay him quite a bit to do that.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
But
That's
he
future
would.
us's problem.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that's an opportunity. Like, we pay him, he'll do anything. You know, sure, I'll go sit in jail and like not get injured for a couple of months.
I think
We'd have to take care of his kid, though.
we're supposed to get plus dice for commanding and swaying at the start of the mission when you all were like setting up the Whisper network because you all were on site.
We did.
Oh, you did?
I did. I gave that plus D1 because you're like, oh, roll the D1.
Oh, I was giving you plus 1D because of all your connections.
Oh, well, whatever.
Whoops.
Fine.
Okay. All right.
I mean, here, I'll roll it now. We'll see what happens.
Rep.
Oh, yes, rep. Okay.
Hey, look, it's still a 1.
Thanks.
I'm doing
How do we
great
handle
today, boys.
rep? How does rep happen?
Yeah, you did particularly well. Lots of 2s.
Where does reputation come in?
I'm going to be very creative. Open the door again. Fuck.
One sec.
Man, isn't rep the thing that levels up our tier?
Yes. Y'all are gonna get a lot of rep here, but I just need to figure out exactly rep. Oh wow, it's in a lot of places. 44, 93. Okay. 44. When you complete a score, your crew earns 2 rep. If the target of the score is higher tier than your crew, you get plus 1 rep per tier higher. I think the Veilers were tier 3. Let me check. They were. I'm going to put gone.
I was down for 3 total. I'll keep counting.
So
as there's
2
a couple of things, right?
plus 2 more since y'all are tier 1 and they're tier 3. So you get 2 plus 1 per tier higher. So that's 2 more for a total of 4. If they're lower tier, that's not the case. If your hold is weak, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care about that. So that's 4 rep. Bum, 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 bum. Which means we have just advanced the crew again. So we can talk about that at the beginning as well. Crew advancement. Plus stash. So, wow, we're just getting a lot of stash today. Okay.
Hell yeah.
So the final thing I would like to do today, unless there's other scenes people want to have, but that last one seemed pretty good. I need an entanglement roll. So can I have someone click the wanted button on the crew sheet?
Yeah, boy, Severian. Get in there, my man.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of
we're
my
ending
fault.
the Severian episode.
Do we have anything that affects entanglements?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Just
good
press
dice
the
rolls.
wanted.
Eat
Let's see.
6 buttons.
No bonus dice.
No bonus.
Here we go.
That's a
6?
6. Heat is...
This is where we want low, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that bad because you roll the next tier up?
Wait, hold
Do you
on. Let
roll
me make
again
sure I
now?
understand this. This is on page 150. Oh, whoops. Oh, God. I got a little ways to go. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Some of these rules are a little confusing.
Entanglements, heat 0 to 3,
passing
right?
heat.
That's
Find the column
Yeah.
that matches the crew's current heat level.
a heat 6. 'Cause we're
Oh,
at 6 or
then
more.
roll a number of dice equal to the wanted level and use the result of the roll to select which... Wait.
This is going to be a rest.
Yeah, so...
as we roll the 6.
Oh, shit.
But your heat is 0.
I thought our heat was.
Your wanted level is 2.
Oh.
Right.
So
Yeah, our heat
0 to
just
3.
reset.
Oh yeah, so if
I'm
it just reset,
confused.
1 through 3 is gang trouble, or the usual suspects. 4 to 5 is rivals or unquiet dead, and 6 is cooperation.
Oh.
If we're at heat 0 through 3. Because our wanted level just went up, so we roll 2 dice for it, right?
Okay, I might be misunderstanding heat then, because like why suddenly find the column current heat level, then roll a number of dice equal to the wanted level. Wanted level is 0, blah blah blah. Okay.
Cooperation is going to be Maha coming to
Yeah.
us and be like, yo.
I need to look at heat here. Okay. When your heat reaches level 9, you gain a wanted level and clear your heat. Okay. The higher your wanted level, the more serious the response when law enforcement takes action. The higher your wanted level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
so it's easier to roll higher things on the heat tables when you roll more dice. So our heat got cleared because we went up in wanted level, but you're still rolling 2 dice, so it's easier to roll higher numbers, and higher numbers are bad.
But cooperation is like good. It's so weird that you just want to.
Cooperation is not good because
Oh.
Maha's going to come and be like, do this thing for us, or
Oh.
lose 1 rep.
A plus
status.
a +3 status faction asks for a favor. Agree to
Oh
do
yeah,
it or
high
forfeit
numbers
rep.
on these tables are really bad, and it's really easy to roll high numbers when you have multiple levels of wanted.
Okay.
It's worse the higher your heat. So if you flip the heat over, it's better for you, but like it's still bad.
Okay. All right.
So we'll think about that as Maha is
Okay.
sitting there and I'm rambling onto her, and then she's like, Garros.
Yeah.
We'll start there.
So the next
Perfect.
day, it's probably in the it's probably in the afternoon, and y'all are waking up. Garros, you don't remember Jaramaha leaving, but you're woken up to a shrill Garros, and she like walks in and like finds you right where she left you at the bar, and she
I
just
was draped over the bar like asleep. Garros.
Cleaning rag in your hand still.
Garros, this is really bad. This is really bad.
What's really bad?
Oh,
What are you talking-
dear.
this is great.
Oh my god, if we had only waited one more day. This is
It can be solved. Promise you.
the Rust Prince. He apparently had some sort of interest in the Veilers
Oh shit.
and had told the Rust brothers to keep their hands off, to not even go anywhere near them, to let them do their thing. Must have been why the Veilers could operate in the city for so long. He's not happy. We need to do something about it.
Time to find a new hideout, boys.
This is where we make our stand, and together we stand strong. So we will not back down from any request from the Hive. As you have not backed down from any of our requests, we will not back down from your requests, and we will work through this together.
You're not gonna like this. I don't like this.
Oh, I don't like it one bit either. But I also don't want the Rust. I would rather be prepared for the Rust Prince than to have them, than not know that this was coming down the way.
Well, at least we have an opportunity to plan. Go wake everyone up.
Right.
I'll
Like slip and like try to get.
I'll-
Oh, my
I'll get-
legs are asleep. Oh,
I'll get
God.
some I'll make some coffee for us all. And she
Thank
like
you.
walks behind the bar as you're leaving, and
It's
she
like very weird to see her actually doing like any amount of manual labor at all, like any labor in the slightest. She's like, I'll do it. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
weird.
and that's where we're gonna leave things right now.
I take myself with my spoon and my ceremonial what do you call it when you put champagne, a champagne flute like I did before. Ding 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 around the like place.
What is
Excellent.
it? Like,
Everybody.
Quint just walks around the corner. He's still got his book and he like never went to sleep.
The light of day is shining upon you because you've been down in the basement. Ugh.
He just has huge raccoon eyes.
Yeah.
Nice.
What?
Bags, like
Yeah, we'll lead it off there, and we'll see how our buddy Skid feels about this next time as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's where we're gonna leave it today. I'm gonna have to send out a new doodle poll to see when we are available in November. I know we're getting into the holidays, but I think we're entering the end game of our one shot.
We'll finally have the one shot once
We
we have
will
all the
finally
character
have the one
development done.
shot. At some point soon, I will announce this is it. We're finally playing.
Exactly.
Sounds good.
I
All
love
right.
it.
Well, thank you all for some just truly phenomenal role playing today. This was a really, I don't know, every time this group comes together, I just feel like we take it up to another level every time.
It was a
it's
lot
great.
of fun. And I think like that final dice roll, like the way it ended, everything was perfect. You know,
That
the
was
whole
so
session
good.
was perfect.
That was
You
so
had to
good.
save the 6s for the end.
Yeah, exactly.
We had to fail all those rolls so we could end on that crit, man. It was too good.
Mhm. It was great.
Love it.
Okay. Any shout outs before we go?
I'm gonna shout out Nick. I love playing games with you. Also, I gotta
Yeah.
shout out my boy Eric and my boy Travis. God, playing games with y'all is amazing. Like others pale in comparison. Playing online
Thank you.
with strangers I've never met before, the fucking best. Rather than my usual crew
Yeah.
that I used to play with, they are just dumpster tier and awful. So sorry if people have bad real life like engagements where you have like D&D horror stories. Some of them are kind of like that. Now there's like a couple guys that I like from it, but the other 4 it's like.
Yeah.
But you need people to play D&D with, so I appreciate all of you, and I'm shouting all of you out, and I look forward to the next time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Me too.
definitely.
and it's been a pleasure.
This is like my favorite session so far. It was fucking sick.
Oh, hey, Travis, look up behind you.
Oh,
All right, that's it from us. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Come hang out on the Discord. Let us know what you thought of the episode. And we'll see you next time on Grim Streets of Alderstone here on Fable Table. Have a great night.